I wrote this one because I love you, and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. I love the way I love you.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still a rollie, cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want to love.
Baby girl,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to.
Hey,
I want to love.
oh,
Love the way you love.
love
Love
me.
the way I love you.
I love you, girl. Just relax, just relax, just relax, just relax, just relax, just relax.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Check one, two. All right, y'all. It is 03 April 3rd, 09 18 Central European Time. That makes it 03:18 Eastern Standard Time, America. North, South, that makes it about between 12-1, depending on where you are. Pacific Time. Appreciate everybody. Wow, it has been a wonderful thank you the heavens something. I guess, is this people power, is it God power? I mean, you know, all I can say is thank you to whoever is helping the removal of Bondi and the dismantling of the worst U.S. administration ever, and that's hard to say, you know what I'm saying, because I guess to some degree, you know, everyone didn't always have rights, you know, so that could be argued, but the truth, this administration wants to take it back to where everyone can't even complain, where you don't even have the right to complain. We're not used to that anymore. You know, the United States of America, Americans, we are used to complaining like everybody else in democracy. It's healthy to complain when you have goals, right? When you have goals, when you have standards, when you, when you're free. Complaining is the ultimate mark of being free, to be honest. You got to complain, and that's a great thing. But we have a whole lot to complain about. I mean, the standards are totally fucked in the U.S. I mean, in the day where, and I don't like to diss the favorites. I mean, in the United States, our government tends to have a favorite group to hurrah, and another favorite group to, boo. And, it's terrible to do that. You know what I mean? I don't believe in that. I believe there's nuances. I believe, there's no, hoorah when we're talking about the Middle East, and there's no boo when we talk about Dinovich. What's up, man? I was just thinking about you, man. I was just thinking about you, actually. Yeah, that's strange. And you here, man. Glad to see you. What a remarkable day. What a remarkable day. And I've been gone. Yeah, but let me stay on this. This ultimate yay or boo thing with Israel and Iran. Let's just say they seem to be a little closer than previously stated. You know what I'm saying? And then also our administration is also not that good. I mean, who are we to be booing somebody when our shit in the United States, our shit in the United States is not together. As a democracy, our shit's not together, yo. Let's just be honest. People, everybody knows this. When you come from another, and we have standards. We have standards. The U.S. is a Western democracy, quote unquote, and on Western democracy stance, the United States is behind. We're like in the Stone Ages when it comes to Western democracies. We're on the bottom of the list when it comes to anti-corruption laws, when it comes to fairness. The average American, the average voter, the average citizen having a decent life, fairness, life expectation and fairness in the United States of fairness has not really been there in a long fucking time. And when we started to have a conversation in the 50s, in the 40s, in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, we started to have a conversation, and we ended that conversation in the 70s. After the 70s, 75, 80, maybe really 70s, really. It's always been right wing, a right wing that is kind of like against, how can I say this? The underclass. You know what I'm saying? We had a right wing in the U.S. We never had a class war in the U.S. So we always had a right wing that shifted from, everybody's equal now. Now, no more Jim Crow, no more color laws. But now we're going to blame you for being poor. Now that you're straight out of slavery. Boo. Now that you just had some rights to vote, women, now we're going to blame you for being poor. Why don't you just pick your pants up, pick up your bra strap, ladies, and get to work. Stop complaining. We had a right wing like that. We didn't have a government that was like, and also sometimes the left, we didn't have a government. I won't say left, but I'll say parties, Democratic Party, Republican Party. We didn't have a civil rights movement that dealt with class, right? Class struggle. So that means the United States, we got a lot of homeless people and always have. We got a lot of poor people, always have. But even worse, we have this insidious idea that while you pay taxes that benefit other people in your country, you're also supposed to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And it's your fault. This is the kind of government we've had, like, my entire lifetime. We've had some, small windows of opportunity shining through, of togetherness, and we get to have that conversation. But as far as a Western country, we're at the bottom of the barrel, the U.S., with fairness. Everybody else knows what the fuck they're voting for. They vote for shit. They pay taxes for shit. They want health care. They want school, god damn it, and they also want higher education. They want, when people are paying taxes in other countries, they want goddamn technical school added to that. They want trade school added to that. They want university added to that. I mean, people are going to hospitals where they all, even the ones that work in a private hospital, a lot of times have been trained and educated in the public school system to be a doctor. You know what I'm saying? So the U.S. has missed that. So who are we to say boo to Iran? Who are we to always be judging? And now, I'm not saying Iranians shouldn't judge each other. By all means, you know each other best. Judge each other. But who the fuck are we in the United States to be booing, to be calling someone the always, negative party, the evil, the terrorist, the blah, blah, blah. Trump just bombed a bridge in Iran. Since when is that not civilian infrastructure? You know what I'm saying? We're not at war. Like, how are we not at war and we're blowing up bridges? How the fuck is that possible? I'm just saying, so there's a lot to be said about that. But also, thank God, now back to the news. Pam Bondi, her ass is out of there. Like, get the fuck out of here, lady. Beat it and don't come back. Like, yes, the Jeffrey Epstein pedophile protector, who's been assigned in female face. It's almost like, it's interesting how they do that. They got a woman to keep the Epstein files locked up. If that ain't some shit. And a woman who's been very close to Trump, a millionaire. She's a multimillionaire, Pam Bondi, the head of the DOJ. She is a multimillionaire. She became a millionaire protecting Trump. Yeah, protecting Trump. She protected Trump in the Trump University scam in Florida. Like, this lady is nothing but corrupt. She finally got hacked by Trump. Like Trump has axed her ass like, like people always said. So she's gone. We're just going to find out what is that about. It appears to be a war with the Trump administration. So yeah, let that motherfucking administration go down in flames, burn in hell, Trump administration. Like everybody involved with you, you deserve it. You people, first of all, you're traitors to the country. Secondly, you're scum. Like you're a scum. Like good grief, man. Everybody. The job of these administrative people, Kash Patel, all of them, the ones that have been in Trump's cabinet, the ones that have been appointed, man, their job is to be scumbags, like just scumbags, period. Corruption in the worst type of way. I mean, when you have Iran, making videos talking about you got pedophiles, the Epstein files and all of this shit, it's bad. And people are watching those videos like, yay. And I'm watching the videos too. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, to each his own. I mean, why not? Why shouldn't Iran be able to criticize? I mean, we spend a lot of time and effort with Iran, the United States, judging Iran, picking and meddling with Iran. And I'm not saying there may not be any reasons, but goddamn, they can't be the scapegoat. We know it's not them. It's motherfucking Russia and China. Iran can't have that much power without them. I mean, let's be honest. What kind of game are we playing about proxies? Israel's a proxy state. Iran's a proxy state. I'm not demeaning the people. I'm just saying how it functions with power and weapons and war. It's proxy. You know what I'm saying? It's being held up by China and Iran, just like Israel's being held up by the United States of America. Whether you like it or not. You sending money, you're sending bombs, you're sending weapons all the goddamn time to Netanyahu. So we should be able to judge. And Israel's at war with Iran, quote unquote. We should be able to judge this engagement, but let's judge it fairly. Let's call it what it is. So for me, it's not personal. I live in Denmark, although I'm an American citizen, born and raised in the United States. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. I'm allowed to judge. I'm allowed to judge my country. I'm allowed to judge where I come from. And I'm allowed to say very clearly, you are fucked up in the United States. The time where countries that are not as rich as you care about their people more, I'm allowed to fucking judge. Danes care about their people more than the fucking United States government, and Americans in that government care about the fucking American people. It's just plain to see. Everyone must see that. It must be said a million times so that it's very, very fucking clear. You see what I'm saying? But before we get started, people have been wondering where I've been. I had to take time out because I'm working on some new music. So, and the shit is coming out dope. It's even better than I played some samples and stuff of stuff that I've been toying around with, but these aren't the actual tracks that are coming out. I got some new shit with a lot of people I've been working on, different vocalists, and it's a much broader range of music, rap, hip hop, a lot of vocalists and things like this in it, and artists. So I'm really happy about what I've been doing on this new product that's coming out. And so I had to step away just to stay in the spirit, in the creative spirit, and you can't really do that while you're on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I appreciate that. Ulysses. Yeah, that's what I was doing. If you know anything about music or the arts, you have to kind of be able to tune out and tune in to what your focus is when you're creating. But I'm really, really digging it. And soon, I think in about 2-3 weeks, I'll be able to play my new stuff out here. I'll be able to premiere it. But listen, in the meantime, let's go to the news. Let's go to the news and see what is going on. I miss folks, though. I want you to know that I missed a lot of people. And and again, I appreciate everybody that was tuning into my channel last year, this year. I really appreciate the support. It's a dream, of course, it's not always easy. It takes some technical skill, but I appreciate my followers just for being fucking real people. You know what I'm saying? For being real. We don't have to be perfect, and we can, of course, we're going to differ on some things, but the fact that I have real subscribers and real listeners, I mean, real people that come back and listen. I appreciate that. That's a badge of honor for me. The fact that you all would allow me to do this. And so I want to say thanks to everybody in that regard. Now let's see what the news is about Bondi's ass. Get her ass out of here. Beat it, Bondi.
Wake up at the White House. Attorney
Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump.
General Pam Bondi has been
Fuck Pam Bondi. Fuck Pam Bondi.
ousted.
Let's go now to CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes. Kristen, tell us what you're learning. This is brand new.
Yeah, things are very fluid. They're moving very quickly, but I am told that Pam Bondi has been officially fired. She's out of her role. Now, where she goes next.
Yay! Viva. Viva. I don't know. What the hell did they say? Viva something. Yay!
Next, that is a question mark. I was told in the meeting or in the conversation President Trump had with Bondi.
She is a cold, cold lady. The day when your job is to side with the pedophiles, to side with the blackmailers, to side with the treasonous, and you come out and gaslight. Never forget, this is going to go down in infamy. This woman is the woman who day after day after day gaslighted the American public about what is fucking going on with their fucking country, and this is so sad because it's like, let me see here. It's so sad because this is literally treason. I mean, the country is in a soft coup. Somebody is tinkering with it. The Trump is obviously, seems like he's controlled by Putin. He's done everything exact opposite of what the U.S. Security apparatus, the CIA, warned about. The CIA warned his relationship with Putin is dangerous. The military did all the exact things. Their experts put out their planning for how to deal with the globe and geopolitics, and Trump has done the exact opposite. He's always pandered to Putin. Now it's Netanyahu he's pandering to, and it's, looking at these Epstein files, I'm sorry, but Russia and Netanyahu, Putin and Netanyahu, Russia and Israel seem to come up so much when dealing with these files. I mean, even the Mar-a-Lago shit, Trump took its top secret files. We don't know everything that he took, what was in those files. But one thing that he took was war plans with Iran, for example. And look at where he's at now with Iran. So it's scandalous what she's up to. This is not a proud American woman. Pam Bondi is not a proud American woman. She is something else. There's something else wrong with her. And I don't pray for her, but I pray that people like her fucking wake the hell up, because you have caused this country, just because of your bigotry and your need for money and corruption, you have caused so much harm to the country. You have hurt the country more than any outside force ever could. So but in any case, let's go.
Bondi, yesterday, he floated the idea of a judgeship as a potential landing place.
Yeah, man, Kristi Noem. Yo, Kristi Noem's man. But this shit is crazy. This is crazy. The conservatives, they're fighting the culture war. They're kicking out the DEI. They're doing all this shit. Of course, they've manufactured all of this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? There's not. How can you just go and handpick people, women, African Americans, and people, Hispanic Americans, people, gay Americans, people that sacrifice their life to their country? How can you just remove their presence, remove their history from the overall military history? That is fucked up. That's treasonous. But they used it all, right? The culture war to keep everybody focused on culture, so that they don't get health care, so they can snatch their health care away, make it even worse. They use everybody to focus on culture shit you can't even help yourself about, shit that really you can't do anything about. They made everyone focus on that while they make your school more important, more expensive, make your housing more expensive, fucking own everything, give the rich a tax break. They use all that culture war shit to hide what they were doing. Every single thing. All they had to do was pull out the magic culture war wand, and these bastards, treasonous, and these corrupt ass billionaires, capitalists, there's not enough negative words, classes, they get to wave the culture war and go out and steal your future. every American's future, whether you're a maggot, whether you're a liberal, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, independent. They use that culture war wand to fucking dumb you down and steal your goddamn kids' future. And you people fell for it. You fell for it. You're shameful. That means you don't feel American. You don't want to even look out for Americans. The only people that fell for this culture war shit are people that just don't understand. In a democracy where people pay taxes, you're supposed to take care of the people. Everybody, even if you fucking disagree with them, you're supposed to have a standard. Even if you disagree with them, you're supposed to have a standard that works for everybody, even if you disagree. And these people just said, fuck a standard. Fuck my grandkids' goddamn pension. Fuck them. Like, really? Just out of bigotry. They hate DEI more than they love their grandkids. That's really what it comes down to.
For Bondi, and in the interim period, while they are figuring out who is going to take over.
Oh, Dinovich, yeah. Do you think we should help America? And hell no. Did Netanyahu pick up the phone and call the Danish prime minister and say, hey, what do you think? We thinking about going to war with Iran? Hell no, man. This is a trap. This is a Putin trap. This is Trump. Putin used Trump to do this dumbass thing, and they trying to draw everyone into it so that you use your reserves, and waste all of your manpower, waste all of your economy, waste all of it, your lives on a dumbass war that could be avoided. So when a real war happens, you won't be able to defend yourself. This is what Putin wanted. You see what I mean? Trump is trying to spread out NATO, trying to make you spread your resources, trying to make you defend Greenland, trying to make you defend every place on earth except your own backyard. This is a problem. And here's the thing. When Trump said he was going to invade Canada, did Netanyahu say anything publicly? Nope. When Trump said he was going to invade Greenland, did Netanyahu say anything publicly? Nope. He didn't say one word publicly. That means he's siding with a fucking enemy of other Western nations. That's fucked up. Nobody should come to this. Is not your war. You had nothing to do with starting this war. You were not consulted when this war was started. You were not respected. You were not respected for all your deeds, whether you helped Israel or helped the United States or in the past. You were not respected, because respect means pick up the phone and ask, what do you think first before you do? And they didn't bother to do that. So my voice is fuck them, fuck both of them, man. Shit, fuck that. And listen, Dinovich, I'm saying that because look, in the last days, the last months, I've been thinking, like, should I report to the goddamn damn, I'm losing my mind right now. Don't get me wrong. I just started my day. To the Phosphorus ministry, right? Dinovich, you know what I'm saying? I was thinking, should I bring myself down to the damn military and just report and just say, yo, I need a physical. I want to do, what do you think? You know what I'm saying? Because this is serious. This is fucking serious. And you know this. You see Danish young men, they're signing up for the draft. They're going to the draft. They're going to training. That's happening right now. So I've had to think about this shit too. But listen, yeah. Everybody should be on guard. Everyone should think about what they can do to defend the country, to defend Denmark, to defend the kingdom. But this is not about defending Denmark. This shit with Iran, this ain't about defending Denmark. This is about Trump being corrupt, Putin's little dream. You know what I'm saying? This is just about everything wrong. So, yeah, I don't think you should go at all. And I'm very happy that Pelle Dragsted and there were some other ministers that spoke up that said, this ain't our war. Like, what the fuck is going on here? This is strange. Usually somebody asks us what we think when they start a war. This didn't happen. So.
Over as Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche will step into that role. So he will be serving in the interim. Pam Bondi, though, is out. We had already reported that she was in Florida. We have been talking about for the last several hours how in the last week, President Trump had been calling allies, asking about firing her, who should replace her. It doesn't seem as though they have someone specific.
Yo, Eric Klein, Harbonep, Delon, what's up? Good morning to you. Rafika, yeah, I see you.
In mind, we know that they have floated.
Isn't it a grand day? Yay! that bitch got fired.
The idea of Lee Zeldin, among other people. Zeldin is currently leading the EPA, but I am told that is not a done deal. President Trump, interestingly, did issue a very flattering for President Trump's statement about Bondi last night, saying Attorney General Pam Bondi is a wonderful person and she is doing a good job. The reason that I note that is that because when we saw Kristi Noem,
he always says that. He always says that. You know what I mean? It's like because he doesn't want you. Trump projects. He always offers freely in the public the opposite of what he thinks. So when he says she's a great person, that means he hates that bitch. There's something really, really wrong. That's what that means. Excuse my language, but I mean it like that. Like Trump hate. And why would you think Trump gives a goddamn about any woman? Why would you think that? Trump is a misogynist. He hates all women, even the ones that work for him ain't shit, according to Trump. Like, seriously, the ones that work for Trump, the women that work for Trump are not hands off. I put it to you that way. They're not hands off. He would grab her if he wanted to. And you never know. You really don't know. Because this lady is about getting some money in her pocket and fuck any ethics and morals. So you don't know what's there. Keep in mind, all the people that did criminal activity or were taken advantage of by Trump, most of them worked for him or were in close proximity to him. Keep that in mind. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at Pam Bondi, just look at her as like, you don't know if anything happened with her. You don't know if he's ever tried to grab her by the booty. You don't know that. You see what I'm saying? It all comes down to there's likely, and every person said, every person that happened to, it either took them time to report it or they kind of went on with it somehow, not knowing what to do, not saying anything. It's not like they went and reported it right away. So there's different variations of how people respond when they're around Trump and around criminal activity that Trump commits. You see what I mean? Allegedly. You see, so you don't really know. I mean, you don't really know what she's up to. Karina, what's up?
being fired, there was none of that kind of.
April, I saw you. You are in the Discord. You in the Discord system now. I saw you. I saw your message. So so we can chat anytime. All right. So there we go. So let's continue here. Okay. I just opened up Discord too.
Generosity of spirit when it came to President Trump. Now, just a reminder, Bondi has a very close relationship with Susie Wiles, the chief of staff. They're both political operatives in Florida.
I don't. Yeah, she got a close relationship. Okay, sure.
They kind of came up together, so they have a long-lasting relationship. But President Trump had grown increasingly frustrated about a number of issues. One, didn't believe that some of the cases against his adversaries or political adversaries were being brought fast enough.
What's up?
He didn't believe that she had handled the Epstein files well, among other things. So we do know they had this conversation yesterday in which essentially President Trump told her that she was not long for this world, that he would eventually be replacing her. What we know now is that she has been officially fired. And again, Todd Blanche will step into that role.
Okay. So when do you fire people that you like? I mean, when does that happen?
As the deputy attorney general into an acting attorney general role.
And Kristen, this now marks the second cabinet position that Trump has fired and now has sought a replacement for within the last month. What can you tell us about Blanche himself, his relationship to Trump? Obviously, he's going to be in the acting role until a new attorney general.
Blanche, what can we tell you about Blanche? He's down with the corruption. That's what I could tell you about Blanche. He's down with the corruption. He, oh wow, this didn't come out. This is interesting. He's down with the corruption. He doesn't seem to mind. Is this right? Here we go. Yeah, he doesn't seem to mind, doing the same sycophant type shit as Bondi has been ordered to do. So, yeah, I don't know what else is up with him.
Well, look, Blanche and President Trump are incredibly close. He served as his personal attorney before taking this role as the deputy attorney general. And there are a number of people who are around President Trump.
That is crazy. April said, look at this. April said they can't have DEI but white women got to go also. I mean, listen, and she was an anti-DEI, an anti-woke woman. I mean, she served Trump, grossly and fully in all capacity. You know what I mean? And he still fired her. Just keep that in mind. So it won't save you. You could be anti-woke all you want. He gonna fire your ass too. That's at the end of the day, you're replaceable.
Trump's orbit, who have said that Blanche isn't political enough. Well, we saw Blanche taking a new role recently when he stepped out at CPAC and essentially said that everybody who had ever investigated Donald Trump or brought charges against him had been fired from the Department of Justice, making the Department of Justice clearly very political. And President Trump has liked what Todd Blanche has done. Blanche has always been kind of viewed as the person in the background making all of the mechanisms work. Now, of course, he'll be front and center, but it doesn't sound as though he's going to take this position long term, that they are going to still find a figurehead, so to speak, as the...
Yo, this is so funny. They're going to find a figurehead. Like, that's their problem? A figurehead? That's very telling, So, in other words, they're just going to find a face for the Department of Justice. You know what I mean? It's like, and it can't be Todd Blanche because he's already played himself, because he's been right along. Look, he's been right along doing everything that Pam Bondi has been doing, lock and step. And even in more, almost, if you could be more embarrassing. See, what's killer about Pam Bondi is she will gaslight the hell out of you. Todd Blanche kind of gaslights people. I mean, he's learning how to gaslight. I mean, he gaslights, but it doesn't seem so comfortable for him. Pam Bondi was a cold ass lady. She woke up in the morning like having a good time about how she can break America's spirit type of gaslight. Todd Blanche, he hasn't really learned that, to be that cold, but he's done all the same things. So that's so odd. They're talking about a figurehead. Now, I think this administration is burning. I think it is the time. It's going down in flames, and people should celebrate. People should celebrate. And, of course, they're going to do their best to make it seem like that's not what's happening. Nah, this is the time to kick them in the knees when they're weak, yo. Straight up. This is the time. Kick them in the knees.
For us, we have some extra voices to add to the conversation. Evan Perez, Jeff Zeleny, and Ellie Honig are with us. Evan, first to you. You could see this coming, but we weren't sure. Earlier it was described as a gray area that she was in, that she might be able to salvage her job. Clearly she couldn't.
Right. I mean, look, Kristen is what Kristen describes is what we've all been going through since January when these rumors first came up. It appeared that the president might actually do it in January, and then it died away. And we, as you know, from covering the Trump administration, you just never know whether it's real, whether there's just a faction inside the White House. They spend a lot of time knifing each other, and so we never know it's real until the president actually latches onto it. And so that's when it really became, it appears, a lot more real this week, when he was seeming to take action to try to find some names of some possible replacements. For Bondi, what we've seen is she's taken a different tack from what we've seen in the previous administration, the first Trump administration. When Bill Barr and Mike Pompeo fell out of favor, one of the things they did was they avoided Trump. They just reduced their amount of exposure to him as a way to sort of like let him sort of calm down.
Yes. For those of you just joining, Pam Bondi has been fucking fired. Amen. God bless the heavens. Allah Akbar. Also, I might add. Listen, if you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button for me. It helps more people find the stream. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I appreciate it, yo. Let's go.
Bondi has taken the opposite tack.
I got a couple hours, and it's been reported that some lady, Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem's husband, has been a cross-dresser the whole time. Like, damn.
He has spent a lot more time with him.
What? This shows you how much of a bozo she is. How the hell you ain't gonna know your husband's a cross-dresser at night, in the daytime? Not even at night, in the daytime, yo. How did you not know?
She seemed to try to be more present as a way to ingratiate herself with the president. In the end, it did not work. And really, the original sin goes back to February of last year, when she orchestrated that event at the White House with these binders with documents that
what's up?
were years old. They'd been in the public sphere for years, and she didn't seem to know that. She didn't know that. And at that time, if you remember, the administration is new. In the end, spent a lot more time with him. She seemed to try to be more present as a way to ingratiate herself with the president. In the end, it did not work. And really, the original sin goes back to February of last year.
February of last year, the original sin was
when she orchestrated that event at the White House.
When she orchestrated that fake Epstein file release at the White House. That's how phony Pam Bondi is. That's how gaslighting she is. That's how unconcerned she is about being serious. You see what I mean? Like, they literally created a fake release for the public to consume, a fake release of the Epstein files, act like they released them, and just said, there they are, they're released, end of the day, end of it, we've done our job. And then all of a sudden afterwards, they find out that, whoa, there's millions, 3 million, maybe 6 million files that weren't released, something like that, like millions upon millions upon millions of files that were not released. Like, and some people are saying, look, they're saying files, right? Or they're saying, files, but there could be, and when you're talking about items itself, it's not 3 million items. It's more than that. You know what I mean? Many items can make up one file or one. You see what I'm saying? So keep that in mind when you think of the amount of files they're discussing. Each file might have 1,000 different things inside of it that are concerning. You see? So
with these binders with documents that were years old, they'd been in the public sphere for years, and she didn't seem to know that. She didn't know that. And
she didn't know that. She didn't know. She didn't even, she didn't know. So even if she was trying to hide up some shit, she's very poor at it. She's not really lawyerly, like, you know what I'm saying? She didn't do her due diligence at all, as far as being a lawyer. And I mean, to say even less of an AG, I mean, she shouldn't ever be anywhere close to being an attorney general. That's crazy, man.
And at that time,
yeah, she knew.
If you remember, the administration is new in office.
Yeah, I think you're right. We shouldn't make it seem like it's not her due diligence or that she's just lame at her job. Now, we should suspect that she knew what she was doing in covering up the Epstein files, like flat out. We shouldn't always assume it's an accident, which is often what is reported, that she's just bad at her job. Nah, this is a cover up. What about that angle? Can we also see it as an actual real cover up, that these people were hired to cover up something that American people deserve and need to know if they want to fix their country? Is she covering up for evil people? Is she covering up for pedophiles? Is she literally the type that would take a check to do that? It's possible. So why not examine it from that angle? And why not report from that angle? Why does the news media have to just keep acting like, oh, she just bad at her job. Oh, she made a mistake, or, she was a bimbo, or she didn't know what she was doing. She's bad at being a lawyer. Nah, maybe she's very good at covering shit up.
There is really no constituency. There was nobody demanding the Epstein files. And she created this event out of nowhere. No one really was expecting that. And so
she said, but the Dow. She was like, but the Dow is doing good. And as a matter of fact, the U.S. dollar is sinking, and I notice gold is going back up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is an interesting moment. The U.S. is making money off of oil, but there's limits to how much oil can hold up the U.S. dollar. Even it appears. Yeah,
they have not been able to live down that moment since, and the damage to the president because of that, I think, has been incalculable, because, MAGA base has not let it go.
All right. So they talking about MAGA base. Now let's go on. Let me see what they said next in this little debacle here. Let's see. Boom. 2 seconds.
Single click.
It's been a lot of developments lately. I also want to see what the Midas Touch reported on this. Let me see here. Here we go.
Federal prosecutor in his own right, Ellie. She's in the unenviable position.
First, more CNN. Let's see.
Of being hated by a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. Yeah. What do you think is the real reason that she shouldn't have a job right now?
Well, the reason she...
Damn. Yo, Harbor Nip. No. Michael, what's up? Or Michelle. I'm sorry. Either one. Is that Michelle or Michael? I'm not sure. But, quote, he says, or she says, Pam Bondi, if we prosecuted everyone in the files, the system would collapse. Well, if prosecuting pedophiles is what's going to collapse your system, then you need to do it anyway, because you can't have a system with pedophiles running it. Like, that is sick, but yeah.
She shouldn't have a job, or the reason she doesn't have a job. The reason she shouldn't have a job is because she carried out Donald Trump's overtly political agenda to prosecute people who wronged him politically. The reason she doesn't have a job is because she wasn't good enough at it. And I do think Pam Bondi can perhaps be a source of cross-ideological agreement. So we have Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Does anyone at this table think that Pam Bondi was a good attorney general? Speak now.
Yeah, I think in some cases she was effective, in others she wasn't. Okay. I think the handling of the Epstein files undoubtedly was botched from the beginning.
Donald Trump disagrees with you.
This is what you call paid TV. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is like the left. I call CNN the left of Fox. You know what I mean? To the left of Fox. So they're center, but they're not really cleaning up the trash. You know what I mean? They're not really left media. They're center. Fox is right media. So of course, in this center media, they always have to have these people that are pedophile splaining, Epstein splaining, representing the rights. But here we go.
Because he just fired her. So
at least Adam Mockler is on here. So let's see what he got to say.
He doesn't think she was any good.
Well, no, he's not saying that she had a failed first year, clearly.
Oh, it's a ringing endorsement.
He done it a long time ago. I mean, clearly, she didn't do what he wanted to get done in that particular position over the course of the year. But that doesn't mean that there were any successes.
What's the best thing she did?
Specifically at crime is down. She's been making a point to go after actual criminals, including cartel-tied cells in this country. She also was the head of the AG's office, as we actually went after.
Since when is it special to go after cartels in the United States of America? What are you talking about? What the fuck? They acting like this, like going after cartels Pam Bondi invented or something. No, we have a whole fucking FBI that was created that gets huge amounts of funding. This president wants to shut down the FBI. They're trying to close down, fire people, limit the fucking staff. You know what I'm saying? Limit the manpower in fucking FBI, and they're bragging. This dude's trying to act like Pam Bondi somehow makes a point to go after cartels. Man, get the hell out of here. This is so lame. Going after cartels is thousands of people's fucking full-time job in the United States of America. And it's just a norm. It's just a fact of life. It's just like the electric company. You know what I mean? The people got to go out there and fix the electricity grid every fucking day. That's what we do. They acting like that's special.
She's been making.
It's because MAGA people, voters, a lot of MAGA voters know very little about how the government functions. I hate to say that, and I'm not dissing you, because you should still you should still have fair. Things should still be fair for MAGA people, just like they should be fair for left people. All citizens should have a fair opportunity, a fair life when it comes to their taxes, right? The taxes should be working for you. But a lot of MAGA people don't know where the taxes go, and they don't know much about civics in the country. So this guy, he's talking to them when he's lying like this. When he's Pam Bondi splaining, he's talking to the MAGA people that got pretty much no education in the country but vote.
Files undoubtedly was botched from the beginning.
Donald Trump disagrees with you because he just fired her, so he doesn't think she was any good.
Well, no, he's not saying that she had a failed first year, clearly.
Oh, it's a ringing endorsement.
Done it a long time ago. I mean, clearly, she didn't do what he wanted to get done in that particular position over the course of the year. But that doesn't mean that there were any successes.
What's the best thing she did?
Specifically at crime. crime is down. She's been making a point to go after actual criminals, including cartel-tied cells in this.
Listen, exactly. But is it? Did I miss Michelle? It's Michelle, right? Michelle says this. Look, let me pull this up on the screen just so people can see what I'm reading. Michelle says Trump last year pardoned the biggest drug lord we have prosecuted. Exactly. Did this dude forget? Is this guy forgetting that? Like, and he pardoned the what is it? The crypto dude that is basically got all these sex traffickers trading money through his system, through his business. They pardoned his ass too.
Year, but that doesn't mean that there were any successes.
What's the best thing she did?
Specifically at crime is down. She's been at a failed first year, clearly.
Oh, it's a ringing endorsement.
Done it a long time ago. I mean, clearly she didn't do what he wanted to.
It's Mike. Michael. Okay, Michael. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Get done in that.
Sorry about that, Mike.
particular position over the course of the year. But that doesn't mean that there were any successes.
What's the best thing she did?
Specifically at crime is down. She's been making a point to go after actual criminals, including cartel ties.
And Trump will just come right along and pardon them and shit. She locks them up, Trump pardons them.
Cells in this country. She also was the head of the AG's office, as we actually went after the Antifa groups that people pretended didn't exist for about...
What? Antifa groups? What the fuck? So you going after people that hate fascists? You know, the fascist conspiracy to take down fascists in the U.S.
6 years.
These are great talking points.
You see what I'm saying? What the fuck does this do? Listen, y'all. Listen, just understand something. I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. in the 70s. Both my parents on both sides go back to the colonial period in the U.S. Listen, born and raised in the United States of America. I moved overseas when I was 30 years old. I moved overseas when I was 30. Been traveling a lot though, different places, but I moved overseas when I was 30. Listen, I'm sorry. I know the last time I was at the embassy was just before Trump became president. I'm normal, you know, when you live abroad, you have to go to the embassy to do shit, to get stuff. You know what I'm saying? Get your passport renewed, whatever else. Maybe your kids' passports have to be renewed, and different things. Maybe you need some information about voting or anything like that, right? Listen, if I'm on doing this podcast, you know, and you think that the government is looking for, who is the government talking about when they're saying Antifa? Who are they talking about? The government is not looking for anybody involved with Antifa, and that's not what they're doing. Trust me. You can go to you can have a meeting and just say, Antifa, you're welcome. Go to a meeting and you still, I'm sorry, it's just bogus. They made it up. They might be pushing a few people around, labeling people as Antifa, but there's nobody associated, because the bottom line is that it's legal to be anti-fascist. Did you know that?
Cells in this country. She also pointed that there were any successes.
What's the best thing she did?
Specifically at crime is down. She's been making a point to go after actual criminals, including cartel-tied cells in this country. She also was the head of the AG's office, as we actually went after the Antifa groups that people pretended didn't exist for about 6 years.
These are great talking points. Let me give you some stats.
There's truth.
Crime is down across the country. That's a great thing. That's a good thing. Pam Bondi presided over the dismissal and closing out of 23,000 criminal cases, federal cases, gun cases, drug cases, violence cases, more than any DOJ since 2004. She got rid of those cases. Why? So they could do more immigration prosecutions. So yes, crime rates fell. You can attribute that to a whole lot of factors. Never believe anyone who tells you.
They were falling long before Trump.
They were falling, but the fact is,
immigration cases.
DOJ.
No, crime.
Would you rather prosecute an immigration case or a gang
crime was
case?
falling at historic rates before Trump came into office. That's also true. But I want to get to why she was fired, because I think this is important. She was fired because she didn't go after Trump's political opponents. Now, Trump has put in somebody, his former personal attorney, who I presume he thinks, at least on a temporary basis, will do that. Is this where we're at right now in this country, where it's just like one attorney general after another until he gets the prosecutions that he wants?
You know, it's so funny because the United States went to war against Mussolini. The United States went to war against Hitler. They were fascists. That was the whole, that's what the whole goddamn war was about. You see what I mean? So, I mean, this is kind of ridiculous. The United States, fascism can have some varying points, you know. So when you look at it in terms of the United States, fascism was the KKK. You see what I mean? So put a 1 in the chat if you believe women should not vote and black people in America should not have voting rights and should be in slavery. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe those things. I'm just curious. Put a 1 in the chat. Also, you, Jay, put a 1 in the chat if you believe African Americans should be in slavery in the United States of America and should have no voting rights, no rights to own land. Put it in there. You see what I mean? You see, so the bottom line is that the KKK is fascist. And that's exactly what it was about. You see, and people may not, Jim Crow was fascist. You see what I mean? Look at these idiots. You know, sometimes I just wonder. Look, there's people, and Trinity, are you black? Look at this. Trinity's saying 1. But this is so funny. So obviously there's something wrong with his brain. If it's a he at all, you never know, because these MAGA people, you know, are crazy too. They like to talk about culture war, but a lot of them be doing the exact same thing they claim Democrats do. They just argue and project about it, you know, like, me no homo, me no homo. They walk around screaming, me no cross-dresser. They're like, you know what I'm saying? They tripping on the bathrooms and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, to me, that's very strange. But hey, let you go and you do what you do. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you, right now, everybody in the chat, what state are you in and who is your healthcare provider? JJ, what state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? Trinity Smith, what state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? J Studios, what state do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? You know, that's really what it comes down to. I don't give a fuck about the rest, because the truth of the matter is that there's no race of people that basically don't have devils. You see what I mean? There's no race of people or color of people that don't have treasonous. There's no color. There's no, you know, there's no religion out there that doesn't have a bunch of treasonous. There's not. So I don't even trip on those things. But what I wonder is that who is your healthcare provider? You see what I mean? That's what I wonder. Do you like how much it costs? Are you liking how that works? You see what I mean? Like you're concerned about a man in a dress. That's MAGA and goddamn Kristi Noem's husband. The one that Trump appointed is jumping around. He's a cross-dresser. So you guys don't stand on shit. You see what I mean? At least you could stand on health care, everybody having health care, but you're too dumb to want your own fucking kids to have affordable health care. Yeah, you, Jay, you're dumb, okay? You are too stupid to want everyone in your neighborhood to have fair access to higher education. You're too fucking stupid. You're worried about a cross-dresser, you jackass. You know what I'm saying? You're worried about 1% of the population that some state made a law about that's not federal. You see what I mean? But yeah, you expect Donald Trump to do some shit about that. You're stupid, man. You don't know civics. Okay. Now, this is crazy. I'm just curious. What state do you live in? Just don't say what it is. Don't say your healthcare provider. Say your state and your healthcare provider, so we could look it up and see when your grandmama got kicked off healthcare. Okay, so in other words, you know, like use some brains, because right now people are suffering in the United States and they're not worried about who the fuck was in the bathroom yesterday. They're worried about how their goddamn Social Security, health care in their home, their mortgage is about to be taken away from their ass. Okay, like something real. Okay, yeah, exactly, something real. Okay, something actually real. Okay, not something that bothers 1% of the people. Look, I'm going to tell you, if you're worried about who's in the bathroom, I tell you this straight up. I'm a heterosexual black man that has children, that goes out and, you know, might date women from time to time. You know what I'm saying? You know, now here's the thing. I go in any goddamn bathroom. I don't give a fuck what the sign says. If I got to take a piss, I take a piss. What are you talking about? My guidelines are, is it clean? I'm not worried about the next person going in the fucking bathroom. And if I have to go, I've been in the bathroom plenty of times where I've had to take my child, been on a trip, had to take my young son or my young daughter into a bathroom. You think I'm going to let them go in the bathroom alone? I'm going to take the cleanest bathroom for them, and I'm going to walk my ass in there as a grown-ass man and help them and assist my child use the bathroom. If you think something's wrong with that, fuck you. Okay? You should be smart enough to want health care for everyone around you with your taxes that you pay. You pay more taxes for health care in any country in the West through your taxes, and you don't even want everyone to be able to access it on the backside because of the copays. I mean, you're stupid. That's what that is, you know? And there's nothing else you can really say about it. You want people to worry about some, you know, if some guy with a, or whatever person with a penis is in the bathroom, sorry, that's kids play. Okay. You should be worried about where your taxes go to the wealthy who don't give a fuck about your black, dumb ass. Okay. Just be very clear about it. They hate your black ass, J Studios. They hate you. They hate your mama. They hate your kids, and they hate everything about you. They remove your fucking face from every goddamn place in the society. Fired black women across the board. Remove black men's faces from the fucking military. You are a fucking coon.
Well, I think that's a certain conclusion that you could jump to.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is the second
click
cabinet.
Click the like button for me. Even you, too, you fucking coon.
Figure in a few weeks who's been fired. I think most Republicans would look at that, though, and say, look, Trump is eager to find somebody who is competent. And when you look at the things that a lot of Republicans are eager for the attorney general to do, I don't think the lawfare is, and I think as Jason mentioned, a lot of it's going after Antifa. That's a big part of it. A lot of it's going after some of the foreign money that's funding Code Pink and some of the protests.
But he wants
going
the
to
anti lawfare. I mean, is that appropriate?
Well, so no, but I wouldn't frame it that way. The same way that you guys didn't frame it when Steve Bannon was targeted.
Come on, no Democrat sent out a tweet asking to prosecute 3 specific people.
You had people who said that you wanted
to
throw Donald Trump from a Democrat in jail, and you wanted to take him off of a ballot so he couldn't run for president. The entire state of Colorado and the Democratic Party.
Okay,
so clearly, this idea, the framing, I think your point is a valid one when it comes to
that is very
optics.
different from the president directing his attorney general in public, mind you, as he did. Pam, I've reviewed the 30 statements. What about Comey, Adam Schiff, Letitia? He publicly, right? He's doing this.
Is this? Yo, Jay, I'm sorry, man. I don't know where you get your arguments come from people that hate you. First of all, that's your biggest mistake. You think illegals should vote and take away from the black vote? You're only showing how stupid your black ass is. Like, you are a stupid black man. Like, straight up. Who told you that illegals are fucking voting, you jackass? Pay a fucking attention. What the fuck? No, I don't. And no, they don't. Okay? I don't think they should vote in federal elections. And no, they don't fucking vote in federal elections. You jackass. Wake the fuck up. Your ancestors would be ashamed of you. You should be ashamed of your fucking self, Jay. You are a fucking coon.
It's very different from a state doing whatever
Harriet Tubman would be ashamed of your jackass ass.
They're doing from a local, district attorney prosecuting a case. That is different. When the president says, why are you not prosecuting these people who I hate?
He believes broke laws.
Okay,
now,
you
can disagree as to whether or not they broke any laws, and you can have a fair argument, I think, about the appropriateness of the president doing it. But I do think that the framing is important.
So you're defending it then?
I'm defending the president saying someone, in his view, broke the law, and we should be targeting that person. The same exact way Democrats said that about Donald Trump, and it wasn't framed as Donald Trump is being targeted as a political
Jason,
adversary.
you're making that sound.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Everyone has the right to be heard, but you don't have the right. You don't have the inherent luxury to just be a jackass all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have the right, but I'm just going to talk to you like you're a jackass. Okay. What else is Jay looking to stop? Motherfucking aliens? You looking to stop the aliens too, Jay? I mean, goddamn.
As if it's reasonable, and it's not, okay? The president making a unilateral determination in his own mind that somebody has broken the law without providing, by the way, any proof of that, and then directing an investigation into that person is
calling for an
that is
investigation
not appropriate. Okay, I'm sorry. If you don't like partisan prosecutions, you should also not like that.
Even if we take it as a given that there.
How the hell is it? See, this is what's so sad about it, because they're trying to normalize criminality. So if you are the AG, you're supposed to prosecute crime, right? You're supposed to, no matter if it's the president. Duh. Haven't AGs done that before? Haven't presidents been investigated before by Congress? Haven't presidents been investigated by AGs? Haven't they been impeached because of this? You see what I mean? And I'm sorry, anybody, taxpayers deserve it. No one is off hands when it comes to criminal activity in the United States of America. So just because someone investigates you because of crime doesn't mean you should be convicted, right? How the fuck is Trump convicted of crimes? Trump was convicted of crimes, and he went to New York, the town where he grew up. Trump grew up in New York City. Put a 1 in the chat if you grew up in New York City. Okay, because I didn't grow up in New York City, although I've lived there before. It's almost, before I moved overseas, it's almost like a second home. But Trump was on trial according to his own peers in the state he grew up in motherfucking Manhattan. He's convicted in the place. So that's his own peers that convicted him. They sat there and listened to the information. They judged his ass, and the judge said, boom, you convicted. And the jury was like, yeah, this motherfucker's convicted. I saw the evidence. And now people are arguing like that's okay. That's not okay. Since when is it okay to just remove top secret files? These top secret files belong to the American public. They don't belong to your motherfucking family. You cannot just take shit that belongs to the American people and just bring it to your fucking toilet at your fucking home. And you definitely can't refuse to not give them back. Now, this motherfucker gave nuclear secrets. He gave military plans to somebody in Mar-a-Lago. That's serious. If you like Trump, then you may as well say it's okay for me to come to your fucking house and rob you and your fucking family. That's basically what you're saying. Yeah. And then I'm just going to say, well, I'm president. You can't, it's political. You're just doing it because I'm black. You're just doing it because I'm a man. You're just doing it because you see what I'm saying? So it's bullshit. Nobody, it doesn't matter if you're a man, doesn't matter if you're a woman, doesn't matter if you're black, doesn't matter if you're white, doesn't matter if you're straight, doesn't matter if you're gay. Crimes are illegal. Period. Okay?
It was prosecutorial overkill against Donald Trump. And I've said publicly that I believe there was, especially from the state actors, and even to an extent from some of the federal prosecutions from Jack Smith. That does not justify going out and charging Letitia James for mortgage fraud. And that was rejected by a judge and a grand jury. It does not justify charging Jim Comey. I'm no fan of Jim Comey with an age-old, flimsy perjury charge. It does not justify trying to charge Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin for
this motherfucker Jay just asked where you getting your information from. Are you dumb? You don't watch the motherfucking news? What the fuck is wrong with you? You pay taxes and you don't even listen. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Something that is simply not a crime. And if this is going to be the way things go, you did it to me, I'm going to do it with you. Are you okay with, let's say there's a Democrat. Hold on.
This motherfucker Jay is capping for a pedophile. This man is capping for a pedophile on the fucking internet in 2026.
There's a Democratic president. There will be a Democratic president at some point in this country's future. Are you okay with them saying, this is the game now. We're gonna go seek out everyone on the other side who displeased us?
Unfortunately, that's already a talking point. J.B. Pritzker is already talking about Project 2029 and trying to put Trump officials in jail.
I'm not okay with that.
Unfortunately, this.
Yo, look, Jay says all you do is talk down to people. Jay, how old are you, man? How old are you for real, man? Like, how old are you? I'm just curious, man. Are you older? Are you older? Are you older than Adam Mockler? No, Jay, what's your age? That doesn't work. What is your age? Just say your age, man. What is up with you? Just say it. Just say it, Jay. Look, see, here we go. This is it. So Jay's not trying to participate. He wants to be in the chat, but he doesn't want to answer questions. So Jay, you're going to get a timeout. Next time you come in the chat, when I ask you a direct question, answer it. You are allowed to be here if you participate fully. Nobody gets to be in my chat since it's open and not answer questions. Period. You want to be up here and play stupid? I didn't know Trump was a pedophile. I didn't know he took top secret records. Where'd you get your information from? If I ask you how old you are, God damn you, you better answer it, man. What the fuck?
Seems to be a sort of tit for tat thing. And I guess to your point, I mean, the system is working, right? So there was evidence that Letitia
No, you don't want to answer the question because it exposes how dumb his ass is.
James may have committed some mortgage fraud that was looked into, and ultimately a jury of her peers decided that wasn't legitimate. So I think there was.
I'm glad the system is
Sarah, how old are you, Sarah? What state do you live in? And who is your healthcare provider?
working against the person who's actively trying to destroy it. I mean, the beautiful part of America is that we have institutions and checks and balances that are separate from the president. And you can see time and time again, Donald Trump is trying to bully other institutions under his wing. So we can look at Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve. If you look at countries where the
Trinity Smith, how old are you? What state do you live in, and who is your healthcare provider?
President is able to control monetary policy. These are some of the worst countries in the world, right? You do not want the president controlling monetary policy. This has happened in countries like Venezuela. Let's take this over to the DOJ. You do not want the president directing the DOJ to prosecute people, to indict people, and that is exactly what we saw. We just watched a clip of Pam Bondi saying, there will never be an enemies list at the DOJ. Well, Abby just read off an enemies list that Donald Trump quite literally sent out. Has any Democrat, did Joe Biden do that? Is there any example of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, or any of them having an enemies list?
This video was created.
Ooh, oh wow, this is deep, man. Yeah, this is deep. I think it's interesting. You know, it's very interesting. But this is why I say live and let live, because there's no race that is particularly intelligent. There's no sexual orientation that's particularly, people's sexual orientation doesn't make them smart. You know what I mean? Their color doesn't make them smart. Their ethnicity, their religion doesn't make them smart. I mean, there's nothing there. People can just have equal opportunity to be dumb. You know what I mean? And, Sarah, what state do you live in, and who is your healthcare provider? Just very simple. You're in the chat, answer the question. If you don't want to answer the question, go somewhere else. That's all. All right, let's see here. What else is going on here?
And putting Donald Trump in jail. I think we can all agree that there was politicization.
So, but in answer to his question, which is important, is there an example that you all can cite of the president directing the investigation or the prosecution
staff did not tweet on his behalf
anyone?
No, they didn't put it out there in public.
All right, well, good. I'm glad that we're in agreement on that.
There's agreement on that. The president is more public about this, and I don't think that is a smart move from
It's not that he's more public about it. It's that he is doing it when there is zero evidence that it was done by the people that he claims did it to him. You guys are attributing investigations in Georgia and investigations in New York to Joe Biden with no proof. That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, it does not make sense.
There was a tradition that...
hold on.
The president is more public about this, and I don't think that is a smart move from
It's not that he's more public about it. It's that he is doing it when there is zero evidence that it was done by the people that he claims did it to him.
Right.
You guys are attributing investigations in Georgia and investigations in New York to Joe Biden with no proof.
See, it's okay. I don't care. I get you. Six says this is an international chat room, global issues. Yeah, it is. And people in the chat, when you make statements, right? People deserve to have them qualified. That means they deserve to know a little something about the person that has this opinion. Like, for example, basic things. Do you have health care? How much does it cost? What country are you from? What state are you from? Just basic shit, so people can get the rest of the information on their own. They can find out if if you're not doing well in your according to basics and norms and standards. in a particular country or in a particular state. So, that's all I'm saying. You don't have to like me, but at least tell people where you're from. You don't have to like me, but at least you can disagree with me, but at least let people know how you're doing in real life. Are you doing okay when you disagree, or are you doing really fucked up when you disagree? I mean, that's what I want to know.
Proof. That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll change my mind if something's good about your life, but right now it's looking like some fucked up shit. I mean, would you want to replace your life with a troll's life? You know what I'm saying? A person that doesn't want you knowing anything about what country they come from, how they're living. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't trade my life for a troll's life. I'm just telling you.
Sorry, it does not make sense.
There was a tradition that the President of the United States, the White House, did not talk to the Department of Justice. When I was at the White House, literally, you couldn't call the Department of Justice and ask about a press release without talking to the counsel's office first and getting clearance. This idea that the President of the United States can direct the Attorney General to go after his individual enemy.
Whoa, Trump just blocked 10,000 veterans from housing assistance? Yo.
Is going to corrupt the entire system. And it will go, when it starts to be a Democratic president doing this, people on the table will howl when they see it. But I'll say this about Donald Trump. Nobody can program the news better than this guy. He flailed last night. Last night, he gave a horrible speech. He's bad at doing it. I understand why he doesn't do it, because he wasn't very good at it. He didn't give us any headline about the war. And this morning, he dropped this news about Pam Bondi. And now the headline of the news is about Pam Bondi, and we're not talking about that bad speech you gave about last night.
Yo, Pizza Guy, where's Pizza Guy at? Yo, Pizza Guy, where you been, man? I hope you're doing well, Pizza Guy. I appreciate you, man. I haven't seen Pizza Guy in a while.
We'll be talking.
Yo, big up to Pizza Guy. Everybody remember Pizza Guy? Yeah, real cool brother, actually, from down south. I think he's from Atlanta or Georgia. I think he's from Georgia. Yeah.
About the war coming up. Let me play. This is Todd Blanche at CPAC a couple of days ago. Just to give you a sense of what kind of positioning he is in going into this new role.
There is not a single man or woman at the Department of Justice who had anything to do with those prosecutions. Director Patel has cleaned house there too. There isn't a single man or woman with a gun, federal agent, still in that organization that had anything to do with the prosecution of President Trump.
So, Ellie, I mean, there are a lot of problems with that, including that many of the people that they're talking about are just regular civil servants doing their jobs, people who are asked to work on cases and who did them, and they were purged.
You know what galls me about that? So Todd Blanche and I were at the SDNY together. We were contemporaries. We started within a year or two of each other. And he is talking about and ginning up cheers for the fact that they fired people just like what he once was. Third year, fourth year, fifth year, line AUSAs, federal prosecutors doing their job.
Okay. So I see there's a bunch of people in the chat talking about we want voter IDs. Listen, you need to be clear about what you want and a reasonable plan for getting what you want. Do you want to pay for your ID? Do you want to be the one to have to pay for it, or should it be paid for by the federal government? And what should be the requirement that you should have to get that ID, that quote unquote voter ID, right? I think those are questions you need to ask. Now, here's the thing. Voter ID, if you're just looking for one ID, any ID can be faked. I hope you understand that. Asking for one ID at voter registration in opposed to 3 corroborating pieces of information about yourself. Which one do you think is better? Do you think 3 corroborating pieces of information about yourself is more clear than one ID? You tell me. I mean, I'm just curious. And who's supposed to pay for it? You know, and keep in mind, I have a passport. I have a what do you call it? A newly redone birth certificate from the United States of America because I live abroad. But here's the thing. When you do it in an election year, it kind of sounds like you're interfering with elections. You see what I'm saying? Now, I did mine. When I did mine, it had nothing to do with an election. I did mine because I had business to conduct overseas. It had nothing to do with a U.S. election. You see what I'm saying? So, but now they're suggesting that every American needs to do what I had to do when I live abroad just to vote. That doesn't make sense. And I think it is a poll tax. It's a tax, and it's fucked up. It shouldn't be that way. You shouldn't have to pay more money just to vote. You know, now whatever happened to the earnest being put on the federal government? Why doesn't the federal government guarantee 100% that every single American that wants to vote is able to vote, or the federal government reimburses or pays a fine to each citizen that was denied a vote? Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to the federal government taking a stance guaranteeing you the right to vote instead of asking you for one more fucking ID? Do you know how many goddamn fucking IDs I have? What the fuck? Like, stop it with these IDs. You know, why doesn't your state ID, the one you pay for at motor vehicles, why the fuck isn't that good enough already? What's the problem? What's the point? What is it? You could pay taxes with that state ID. How come if you have a social security number and you paid taxes, why isn't that fucking good enough? What the fuck? It's only one person with your social security number paying taxes? Goddamn. What the fuck? You're only one social security number is on the voter rolls. What the fuck is going on? So you mean you can live in a system where you pay taxes, but for some reason when it comes time to vote, they don't know who you are, but they know who you are when it's time to pay taxes? Sorry, buddy. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. And only a dumb motherfucker would go for that logic.
And their job faithfully. I have problems with some of the things Jack Smith did, but to fire the paralegals and the support staff and the FBI agents and the kid on a detail from the Eastern District of Missouri.
A passport is $200. Who the fuck is spreading lies in this chat, man? Like, again, I said only a dumb motherfucker doesn't know it.
Missouri, who's in his third year. That's exactly what Todd used to be himself. And to go in front of that crowd, it's a different person. I don't recognize him now. And I've defended Todd Blanche publicly. When he was representing Donald Trump in the hush money case, I publicly said the criticism of Todd Blanche for defending Donald Trump is ridiculous and unfounded. But
look, somebody said, nope, walked into the voter place. Then they asked me for an address. No ID. Well, here's the thing about it. You need to make a YouTube page, make a video where you documented that so people can believe you. Because that ain't how it worked for me. Okay. I don't know what the fuck voting booth you went to. What state was that? What day was that? Is there any evidence of that happening? 7 Jan, DI7? Any evidence? See, if you had some evidence, it might actually convince people, but you don't. It's bullshit. Everybody knows that there's no place to just ask you for your address and you're allowed to vote. And even if that was possible, that's 0.0.0.0. That's 0.0000003% of the people that vote in the United States of America, buddy. So yeah.
He knows what he's doing now is dead wrong. And to Jamal's point,
what state do you live in, 7 Jan, DI7? What state do you live in and who is your healthcare provider? You live in Los Angeles. Who's your healthcare provider?
Fundamental line that's been breached here. You can argue about who did it, but it's getting worse now, is crossing over prosecution with politics. That's a dangerous mix no matter who's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, and look, one of the investigations was into Trump's role in January 6th. And if I'm old enough to remember, Republicans said that that was the way that Donald Trump needed to be punished.
This guy is stupid. He is stupid. They just admitted you don't need ID. Yo, you jackass. They didn't admit that they don't need several pieces of information to validate you're actually who you say you are. That's different. Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. Put one in the chat if you've ever seen a fake ID. If your state has problems with fake ID, if your country has problems with fake ID, put a 1 in the chat. Any fake IDs out there? Any country have fake IDs? United States don't have any fake ID problem? No, they don't have fake ID problem in the United States. No fake ID problem, huh? Only a jackass would leave anything up to one ID. Okay, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Excuse me. Why? Because ID can be faked. It's very simple. Okay? Who cares if your picture is on it if someone else's fucking information is there and not yours? Okay? Who cares if the picture doesn't add up to you? That's called a fake ID. So they need more than just your ID. They will always need more than just your ID. Are you stupid? And right now they require more than just your ID. And you're trying to replace that? Right now they require more and you trying to make it less. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Look, Denmark, they don't ask you for ID because the ID could be fake. Do you really think you need a fucking ID? This is ridiculous. I'm surprised people don't know how voting works. Listen, in Denmark, you get sent a letter to your address. That letter that you get in your name is attached to your social security number. In your name, only one person has. They know who you are at that address because you pay taxes under that same name, that same ID, that same number, that same social security number. So they're only sending out an invitation to vote to one person at one address with that one social security number with that one name. And when you show up, you must bring the piece of paper that was sent you. Very simple. Okay, that's how it's done. They don't ask you for fucking ID. You know, and if they, I mean, it's ridiculous. And if they asked you for ID, which one would they ask for? Would they ask for your passport? Would they ask for your state ID? Would they ask for your residence ID? What would they ask for? You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. You know, I'm sorry. They ask for more information already that's important to who you are, to identify who you are. They already asked for that information. One ID can be faked. It's just
for
simple.
what he did on that day. And now all of a sudden, it's some kind of partisan.
You don't need. This guy is listen, I'm sorry, but people are stupid in the United States of America if they're from the United States. Now, first, I'm just going to bother to look to see if any of these people are actually Americans real quick, because I could see they just be out here asking the same. It's almost like they don't live in the U.S. You need ID. You need ID. You need ID. You need ID. Okay, 2008. So that's a real jackass. Let's see here. On to the next one. Let me just make sure real quick that I just see this. I'm just curious. Then we can go and find out what's going on in the U.S. It's like these people don't even fucking know what's going on in their own country. Okay, this is probably a troll, right? 2022. Right, 5 subscribers. So Eric's a troll. So don't worry about Eric. Now, let's go over to this one. Boom. Let's go down here. Here, this person is like, you know, he don't even know what, which states already require ID when you vote, when you register in federal elections, and which states don't, and which states need more than one piece of information about you to register or vote. Let's just make it very clear so people can understand it, right? How it really works in reality. Because this whole back and forth, like ID, no ID, ID, is oversimplifying it. You almost missing and not answering any questions. I asked the question, very simple. Does the United States have a problem with fake ID? And all these people, loads of these people in the chat didn't even answer. So I'm going to ask it again. In the United States, is there a problem with fake IDs? Put a 1 in the chat if there's a problem with fake IDs. Put a 2 in the chat if there isn't. And I want everyone in the chat to answer the question. Very simple. 1 in the chat if the United States has a problem with fake ID. 2 in the chat if it doesn't. Very simple. And I'm going to wait before I read what this says. So, United States, boom, has a problem with fake IDs. I'm going to put, I mean, I already know it does. Come on. What is this? You know, people buy shit illegally with fake IDs. Come on, what's the point? You buy alcohol, you buy cigarettes, you buy all kinds of shit. Criminals use fake IDs to buy shit all the time to cover up their identity. Come on, what is this? This is stupid. You see, all criminals use. So if you ask the person about, do you need an ID to stop drug cartels? They would say, yeah. Do you need an ID to stop drug smugglers, sex traffickers? They would say, yeah. But all of a sudden, it exposes that these people use fake IDs, fake identities. Even fucking Jeffrey Epstein had a fake ID, a fake passport. I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. But in any case, here, the rules for voter ID. This is what's really going on in the U.S. So you hear these people, we need ID, we need ID. Now, the next question is, I'm going to ask very simple. Everyone answer, what state do you live in? Because what I'm about to read applies to you in your state. So mention the state you're registered to vote in. Go for it. Eric, what state are you registered to vote in? 7 Jan, what state are you registered to vote in? I'm registered to vote in D.C. Boom, because I'm a co-resident, right? So Copenhagen and D.C. So that's where I vote. That's how I know the laws in D.C. Okay. I hope you know the laws where you live. But Eric, 7J, Eric, don't forget to answer. That's a very important question because you asked about IDs. So now it's time to read about IDs since that's what you wanted. Notice they're not answering everybody in the chat. See, they all of a sudden disappeared. You see? That's what you call troll activity. But we're going to wait. Come on, everybody. What state are you registered to vote in? And I hope it's the state you live in. Because if not, you might have to register to vote again. But listen, come on now. Eric and 7J. There it is. 7 Jan. Come on. What state are you registered to vote in? Everybody mention the state that you're registered to vote in. And then I'm going to read what it says about your state. Since that took up about 50 fucking 1,000 comments and shit in the chat. We need fake ID, man. There's no fucking name for ID. Yo, we need ID, motherfucker. You fucking libs. When you fucking Democrats, man, we need a fucking ID. We want men to stop pissing in the bathroom, in the ladies' bathroom. Stop that shit. Okay? So, for the record, notice they all disappeared. You see? So, they don't actually want to know what the law is already in their jackass state, their imaginary fucking state. Because the truth is that they're trolls that live under a bridge in some fucking place. I don't know if it's in America. America got third world states, though. They got communities in the U.S., probably some motherfucker in the U.S. under a bridge, you know what I'm saying, who doesn't vote. This is obviously someone that these people don't vote. That's why they don't know the voting laws, yo. This is what it is. Thank you. Once you're registered, no ID. Exactly. What the fuck is going on here? See, they just totally disappeared. Where you at? Where the fuck they go? Look, I'm just going to say it. 7J, you're a bitch. Okay? Eric, you're a fucking bitch. You two just bitched the fuck out and disappeared on everybody. And I have to say it like that. I'm sorry, women. But I just got to make it clear, on street level, that's what they're going to call you because you all just ran. Like, what the fuck? Look, what the fuck? Anyway, let's just read this shit. The rules for voter ID can be a bit like choose your own adventure book because they change depending on whether you're registering or physically voting. Yeah. When you register to vote, you need all kinds of background information anyway. It's like, what the hell they talk about? And these fools wanted to just be one ID and that's just it. That's what happens. No. You need to have a registration process that verifies who the fuck you are, no matter if you have an ID or not. Like, what the hell is going on with these people, man? How about you pay taxes and that's not good enough? Your motherfucking tax form ain't good enough with your name and your address and your fucking you got one ID from your state. It says it's you. It have the same social security number on it. It have your face. It have your address. And you got your tax papers, and they're like, no, we need new ID. Okay, but they're not asking you for a new ID to pay your motherfucking taxes, you bitch fucking slave. You ever think about that? No, because you're a jackass. Under the Federal Help American Vote Act, however, all the states technically require some form of ID info when you register, but how strict they are might vary. Yeah, could vary requirements because you got to follow the Constitution too when you're a state. Jackass, you don't want somebody suing your ass like they denied me to vote and shit when it says nothing about what kind of ID you need in the Constitution. Requirements to register, the paperwork phase. Every state must verify your identity to register you for a federal election. However, ID doesn't always mean a physical card, you jackass, you stupid bitch. Okay, Eric, I'm talking to you. 7 Jan, I'm talking to you. And who was that other goddamn sycophant in here talking about fucking men? Dems want men to fucking playing girls' games or some shit. Who was that? I forget who that was. Some phony ass YouTuber. Anyway, states that require ID, standard rules. Nearly all states require you provide either your driver's license number or the last 4 digits of your social security number. Yeah, on the registration form. This allows them to verify you against the state databases. You mean they really doing this much work to find out if you told the truth about who you are before they actually allow you to vote? Damn, I didn't know that. Actually, I did, but fuck it. I'm going to act like I'm a jackass like Eric and 7 Jan. Okay? At least I'm better because now I know, even as even playing devil's advocate, at least I learned. Okay, states with proof of citizenship, the strictest. While every state makes you claim you are a citizen under penalty of perjury, a few states have tried to require physical documentary proof, like the birth certificate or passport, just to register. Arizona requires proof. This is why they didn't want to say what state they were in. You see, this is how phony these dudes are. This is why they don't want to say what state they live in, because they know that their state already does plenty of goddamn work to verify who people are voting. This is just dumb. Exactly. Arizona requires proof of citizenship to vote in a state local election, or state and local elections. For federal only elections, they must allow registration without it, but they still require a cross check of your ID or social security number. Cross check means they can match it with other verifying information about you, you jackass. Okay. New Hampshire. I would love to just walk in the motherfucking come and visit my own country, the United States, and I'm at customs and they just like, show me your ID, and I give it to them and they like, okay, go right through, no questions. I would love that experience. Because they tend to ask you shit even with a U.S. passport, even when you're born and raised in the United States, even when your fucking family goes back to the colonial period, when you want to visit your fucking country, the place where your fucking father served in the military, the place where your fucking ancestors died, they don't usually just want your passport. They usually want to ask some questions. What you been doing abroad? You know, and it's usually a person that really don't get paid a lot asking you these dumbass questions. Okay. New Hampshire, Louisiana have recently moved towards requiring physical proof of citizenship at time of registration physical proof. That's different. Physical proof does not mean ID. Everyone has a fucking ID. This is the dumbest conversation. Matter of fact, do we really have to do this? State that don't. Anyway, listen. Can we get back to the regular broadcast? Because clearly these trolls are gone now. So let's go. They didn't want to talk about this part. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to do that. Somebody wrote, my ancestors fought hard when they escaped slavery and joined the British colonial Marines. Oh, right. Okay. I feel you, man. Yeah, thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. I get the like. Listen, I'm not going to continue down this little bullshit thing about he didn't need ID. You better get it. You motherfucking Democrats want men's playing in the ladies sports. You want men using the ladies' bathroom. What the fuck? What the hell? Look, they don't want a man wearing a dress to use the ladies' bathroom, but me, a man who doesn't wear dresses, who's heterosexual, I use the ladies' bathroom anytime I need to take a piss just because it's clean. And if the male one is not clean, I'm going in there. Yo, what the fuck? They never thought about that one and shit. Okay, but let's continue. Let's move on to the next thing, man. It's something that makes goddamn sense. Okay, you know, this is crazy, man. This is just some bullshit, man. These goddamn trolls. Here we go. They just ran off. You notice how they just disappeared? That shit is crazy.
Special report. Here's Smelly Jackson.
It's getting serious. You hear the music? I want to hear this shit again because Pam Bondi got her ass fired. That means flames. This administration is going down in flames. And I like it. It's going down in flames. And I like it. Flames. Just the way it is.
Here's Smelly Jackson.
Good day. We are coming on the air with breaking news. President Trump has apparently fired his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, according to a senior administration official.
Fired. You're fired.
Source familiar with the matter. This comes after NBC News learned that the president has grown frustrated with his attorney general in recent days, according to multiple sources. I want to get right to our team covering all of it. Our Chief Justice and National Affairs correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is joining us. We've also got our White House correspondent Monica Alba as well. Kelly, let me start with you. This is not altogether surprising, considering the reporting from NBC that the president was frustrated with Bondi's performance leading the Department of Justice.
It is, yo.
And we've often seen the president.
These MAGA people, they project. TDS means Trump delusional syndrome, but they're the ones who have TDS. They are delusional about Trump. It's like it's projecting. It's MAGA be having some TDS. It's true.
And let some of his intentions, feelings, concerns bubble out publicly as one measure of how he makes these decisions. For Pam Bondi, this is a blow because she has been a very loyal sort of
World Bank.
And ally.
World Bank. What state do you come from? What country do you live in? What state, if you live in the U.S., what state do you come from? And who's your healthcare provider? Because let's be honest, if you don't live in the U.S., no one gives a fuck what you think about Trump. All right, even Iranians don't fucking appreciate his ass at this point. Israelis call Trump a bitch, by the way. But World Bank, what state do you live in, and who's your healthcare provider?
Of the president for a long time,
Probably,
going back
probably another troll.
To Florida, assisting in the first Trump term. And this, in many ways, comes down to a representation of the frustration that President Trump has, that his vision for how he could exact retribution against political rivals and those who had, in his perception, done him wrong at some past point, to be brought to justice. That has not happened,
even why? What's up?
Though this Department of Justice under Pam Bondi has attempted to do so in a number of areas where we've seen the failed attempts to prosecute James Comey or Letitia James. Then there's the broader issue of the Epstein files. There was a moment where Pam Bondi, who in the journey of her time as Attorney General has been both loyal but has also committed some self-inflicted errors. She talked about having the so-called Epstein list on her desk, and that never materialized. She had led people to believe there would be more coming on Epstein. And then initially last summer, the Department of Justice said the files would be closed. There was no action to be taken. And that triggered a groundswell.
Yeah, files will be closed. No action be taken, according to Pam Bondi. Yo, Johnny is being real. He's being truthful. And he lives in Southwest USA. And Johnny says he has no health care. And there's a lot of real, actual Americans with this problem, and they pay taxes. It shouldn't matter what political party you're registered under. That should be a problem. Every American citizen should understand that Johnny's situation should be a problem. Every voting person would want to resolve in the simplest, easiest ways. It is a damn shame that in the United States of America, the country that is basically still the richest, still the number one economic pool in the world, even though Trump is fucking that up rapidly. It is a shame we are the one Western country where every citizen is not guaranteed health care. That is insane. That is insane. So thanks for joining my podcast, Johnny, because I live in Denmark. I'm an American, born and raised in Washington, D.C. My family goes back to the colonial period on both sides. I live abroad, though, and I have health care. I pay taxes, and I pay similar taxes to any major country, any major state in the U.S., and my deductions, even though when they say, yeah, but you all pay more in taxes. Yeah, but our deductions are greater than yours too. You see what I mean? Secondly, The U.S., every person, no matter how you get health care, you're just paying 5 times more, 4 and 5 times more for the same health care other people get in every other Western country. Why do you have to pay 4 and 5 times more? It makes no sense. That's going to billionaires. That's administrative fees. That's paying high salaries for people that don't even do any work towards your health care. Seriously, it's crazy. It's crazy.
That was a
so appreciate you, Johnny.
Broader political coalition than you might expect. Certainly those in the MAGA community, and then those who were very supportive of the survivor community around Epstein. Hallie, you've talked to a number of those survivors, and there was a political engine that developed around them, bringing it to a point where Congress required the Department of Justice.
I hear you, Johnny. Real talk. Exactly, man. Well, that's what I'm here for, man. I'm only here for the real talk. And I'm doing it because I know that, my country and the legacy media, even though we're watching legacy media right now, I know they don't do comprehensive stories on the healthcare system and comparative data on other Western countries in the U.S. with healthcare. They don't do it on education. And I know why they don't do it. It's because they get tax breaks. They get tax breaks. You know what I'm saying? Legacy media in the U.S. gets tax breaks and to line the wealthy's pockets. So we got to be critical at all times. But yeah, it's worth covering Pam Bondi's ass going down now, because she made it. If it could even be worse, you know what I mean? It's like, not only are you not going to have health care, not only are you not going to have equal access to education that you need to have a job, technical school, anything like that is going to cost you an arm and a leg in the U.S., let alone university. But not only can you not have that, they want pedophiles to just go unaccounted for. They want treasonous to go unaccounted for. Elon Musk literally was allowed access to departments, U.S. federal departments, to get private information. The man has not been charged of a crime. It's like, what is, I mean, can we get anything right?
Justice to produce those files. They have done so, but only in a limited way. It has not been the full set of files. So Pam Bondi has not been able to insulate the president from some of the criticism related to the Epstein ordeal. She has not been able to deliver on some of his desired prosecutions, and that frustration has apparently bubbled up. All the ways in which she has been.
And Pam Bondi's a multimillionaire. I mean, she is. That's another level of corruption in the U.S. How can we have a DOJ? Just think about this. How can we have a DOJ that's getting mafia money, mafia-style money, like criminal activity type of money? Why isn't the DOJ just a regular, blue, everyday American citizen who's not a millionaire? I mean, how is someone who's a multimillionaire going to protect your rights? I mean, and there's been people in the Democratic Party and in the Republican Party, and you look at who's appointed to DOJs. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't care. I'm a registered Democrat, and I vote for blue collar policy, everyday citizen policy, right? Things that are good for everybody, children, things that improve children's lives, things that improve the elderly's life, security, things like that for the average American across the board. Those are the things I vote for. But this thing about having head AGs that are millionaires, I think that's a sign of corruption, period. We ought not to. There's plenty of Americans that can serve in these positions. Why are we getting people that are millionaires to do it? I'm sorry. It's just
loyal?
I'm talking about multimillionaire. I'm not talking about they made the first or second million. She's like got $18 million, man. Yeah, something, maybe even more.
Were certainly put in a back seat, and she was in the seat with him yesterday, going in the beast, as it's known, the presidential limousine, to the Supreme Court to listen to one of the key ideas of his time in office, which is birthright citizenship that he wants to challenge. Apparently she was
Trump, birthright citizen. Trump's parents, his parents walked in, his grandparents walked into the United States when the United States had no questions that they asked anybody. They just looked at you, okay, you don't seem sick. Do you know, in the turn of the century, 1900s, pretty much the only qualification they had for immigrants at that time, people that came in to see the Statue of Liberty that came through New York, do you know the only qualification they had is basically one, that you weren't sick? That's it. They just looked at you and said, you're not sick. Come on in. Like, seriously. That is crazy. And today, I mean, I'm not saying you could argue about the past, but I mean, in retrospect, it's crazy because when you listen to Trump, his family literally walked in like that to the U.S. Like there was nothing. They just looked at them and was like, you could be broke. You could be ugly. You could be missing 5 teeth. You could have no teeth. And they would just look at you and be like, well, you're not sick. Come on in. Seriously. I'm serious. I'm not bullshitting you. That's all they wanted to know. As long as you didn't have fucking, goddamn bumps, some obvious disease that made you look like you were sick, they just let you in, man. And now today, these same people's ancestors, descendants, these same people's descendants are sitting up here talking about who can come in, who's an immigrant, how you can immigrate, what a good immigrant is like. God damn, it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Unable to save herself in those personal.
And I believe in immigration reform, comprehensive immigration reform. I don't believe in this scapegoating people. This is bullshit. It just doesn't make sense.
Direct moments with the president. She attended his speech last night in the White House. So personal relationships only go so far. Loyalty is sometimes only one way when we observe Donald Trump. And Pam Bondi, Attorney General of the United States, is out. Hallie?
As we're looking at some of these images, Kelly, that...
Hey, y'all, I'm going to have a beer. I'm going to go crack a cold one today. I am, definitely. And I'm going to sip on that. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy that beer. I think I'm going to get a pale ale. Down with Pam Bondi. The Wicked Witch is dead.
Video of the apparently now former
Attorney
General being seen with President Trump as he visited the Supreme Court yesterday. Let me bring in Monica Alba now. So the question is, who takes her place? This is an incredibly prominent cabinet position.
Anyway, they just on repeat. Let's go. Let me get through this a little faster.
NBC News special report. Here's Hallie Jackson.
Okay, here we go. Let me flip over to the European news now.
Living through the crisis the US never had over the Epstein files. Yes, Norway, the country most people associate with fjords, Nobel Peace Prizes, and being one of the most stable democracies in the world.
Yeah.
But when
I heard that Jethro, not Jethro Tull, Hegseth fired another army general. Yeah, exactly. I heard that straight up.
Epstein documents dropped. Something happened in Norway that didn't happen in the United States. Real consequences. In just days, it launched an independent inquiry into Jeffrey Epstein's political ties. The country's former prime minister and top diplomats found themselves under police investigation.
So this is this is juxtaposed to Pam Bondi. What Pam Bondi didn't do is what other European nations are actually doing, and Norway is one of them. So.
Forced out. But when the Epstein documents dropped, something happened in Norway that didn't happen in the United States. Real consequences. In just days, it launched an independent inquiry into Jeffrey Epstein's political ties. The country's former prime minister and top diplomats found themselves under police investigation and forced out of their roles. Contrast that with the United States, where so far there's been almost no meaningful accountability for anyone named. And at the center of Norway's reckoning is Crown Princess Mette-Marit, next in line to be queen. The files revealed years of emails and personal contact with Epstein long after his 2008 conviction for soliciting sex from a teenage girl. Norwegians demanded answers, and eventually she sat down for a televised interview. Now watch this moment from a few days ago.
In 2011, you wrote in an email to Epstein, Googled you after the previous email. I agree, it didn't look so good. What did you Google, and what was it that didn't look good?
I've spent a lot of time trying to figure that out myself. Probably as much as you have. I wish I had the rest of that email correspondence, but I hope and believe that if I had found information that made me realize he was an abuser, I wouldn't have put a smiley face behind it. I know myself that well.
But you wrote that something didn't look good. What could that have been?
I don't know. I don't remember. It's been 15 years. It's hard to know.
That exchange aired across Norway, and it only intensified public questions about judgment, transparency, and accountability at the highest levels of society.
Yo, somebody in the chat wrote this. I just want y'all to look at this. Someone in the chat wrote, "Who is this guy we're listening to?" Let me see something. Let me see the chat. Christian wrote, "Who is this guy we're listening to?" This is his account, right? So it's from 2023. It's 3 years old, this account, right? This got he has no personal videos on there, right? Now, I'm going to take a second to let you know. I'm an American citizen born and raised in Washington, D.C. Parents go back to on both sides to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man in my 30s, I moved to Denmark. Okay? Yeah, so I'm an American citizen that lives in Denmark, right? So my channel, I talk about the differences between the United States and Denmark. Those issues speak to a lot of the things that voters want in the United States. They want access to health care. Well, now he didn't derail. Yeah. So the issue of health care is something we could talk about because everybody in Denmark has health care, universal health care. The issue about affording access to education is something we can talk about. I can verify because I've grown up in the United States and I live in Denmark also. So I know the differences. Everybody has access to education in Denmark, no matter how much money you earn, no matter how rich your parents are or you. Everyone has access to higher learning, technical school, trade school, university. Very simple. Things like the tax system, how it works. Denmark is a capitalist country, but it has certain programs, but that are geared towards the taxpayer's life. Right? The United States doesn't have that, so that's why I do my program. So, some of the things, my shenanigans with my young friends in the U.S. can be seen. Some of it as a young boy could be seen in this book called DC Subculture in the 1980s. I was born in 1970, but I grew up in the 80s and 90s as a teenager, and a young man in DC. So a lot of my life I've documented. People know about me in Washington, D.C. through my younger years, right? So also, I have a footprint outside of the U.S. So that's what this channel is about. So just to answer your question, but I don't mind. I don't mind anyone asking that because it gives me an opportunity to go over some of the things a lot of people miss. Maybe I take for granted. You know what I mean? The people that listen to me every day know this, but new listeners don't. So thank you for that question. Here we go.
Norway reacting so?
Now let's get back to what is here. Juxtaposing Pam Bondi being fired, right, and covering up the Epstein files. In the U.S., no one has been fired because of the Epstein files except the people that prosecuted Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. They've been fired, but nobody else has been prosecuted or fired from government that has proximity to him. Somebody said, "Do I have a citizenship?" No, I'm not a citizen. I'm an American citizen. I'm a resident of Denmark. Yeah. So there you have it.
I hope and believe.
Yeah, go. Yeah, exactly. That's what we grow up with. Everybody from DC digs go. You know that for sure. Yeah, 100%. I grew up. The band from my part of town is called the Northeast Groovers. So yeah.
That if I had found information that made me realize he was an abuser, I wouldn't have put a smiley face behind it.
Okay, Kristen, appreciate you. No worries.
Know myself.
Sometimes we get trolls. I encourage everybody to put up a picture of themselves or some information about themselves on their YouTube page because I just warn people. There's an election coming up, so we're gonna have a lot of trolls. And trust me, everybody's not like you. There's real people that just use it on their phone, and so they haven't had a chance to put anything on their YouTube. But then there's trolls like that too. So my recommendation is put a little something to qualify yourself on your YouTube page. I know a lot of people get scared of doing that, but look at me, man. I'm not scared. I don't give a fuck. I tell the truth. I tell my feelings. It's my right, First Amendment right to speak my opinion, and so that's what I do. And I just stand on what I say and my views. But and if I'm wrong, I can be corrected, but in any case, let's go on.
But you wrote that something didn't look good. What could that have been?
I don't know. I don't remember. It's been 15 years. It's hard to know.
That exchange aired across Norway, and it only intensified public questions about judgment, transparency, and accountability at the highest levels of society. So why is
Yo, wait a second. I see somebody else from D. Somebody wrote, Drent's Dog wrote, I played in U Street and Madam's a lot. Madam's what was that place called? Madam's something. But Madam's Organ. Hold on. Damn, what's the... How can I be forgetting the damn neighborhood? Adams Morgan. I'm sorry. I don't know, but Madam's, that's the damn place. What's the name of that place? I know a few. I played in there a couple of times, you know, but I played downtown and on U Street. You know, I played downtown, Connecticut Avenue, a place called the Down Under. Used to, you know, we used to do this party called Exodus with the people that now they moved on to the cast we did it with. They moved on to start the 18th Street Lounge. Eric and Farid and them. We used to do some great parties before that, and Retaliation. Also in northwest part of town, Connecticut Avenue, and then U Street. So I was on U Street a lot of years. Cafe Nima. I actually started Cafe Nima. I was the first person to really kick off Cafe Nima. Before that, it was like, you know, it was a dive, you could say. I'll just put it that way. But two good Somali brothers built that place up. What's Ibrahim and what's his brother's name? I forget his brother's name, but they real cool. But yeah, so I've been around DJing in DC a long time. So most of the people that from the 80s, 90s know me pretty well for DJing. But let me continue now. I appreciate that. Thanks, Drent's Dog. I got you.
Reacting so forcefully, while America.
Kaffa House. I played at Kaffa House. I played at a lot of spots. You know, all over town, man. All over town.
America has barely moved at all. To understand that, I spoke with someone who's been covering this from the inside. Trine Eilertsen, editor-in-chief of Aftenposten, one of Norway's most influential newspapers. She told us about the reaction to that TV interview.
We were all wondering, what did she find when she Googled him and what didn't look good? And she answered now that she couldn't remember. It's 15 years ago. She doesn't have that email anymore, that email service. She doesn't use that anymore, and it's gone for her, and she didn't really answer it. And then the next question that we all had, then we didn't get an answer to, well, okay, she didn't know, but did the Crown Prince know? Did their advisors know anything? Or didn't anyone mention to her what was happening around Jeffrey Epstein at that time, especially when the big story about Prince Andrew in the UK broke?
It was back in 2010 already that stories emerged linking the then Prince Andrew to Jeffrey Epstein. So now Norwegians are asking, how come members of the Crown Princess's inner circle were seemingly unaware of Epstein's crimes?
It has kind of moved from a story about her and her ability to judge what kind of relationships she walks into, to questions to the institutions, that how does this institution really vet the people that they initiate relationships with?
You know, right off of the top, this is what I think. The first, I mean, you never know what could be behind it, but there's one thing that no one can dispute, and that is very simple. If you were in proximity to Jeffrey Epstein, then you were in proximity to a foreign espionage, trafficking, sex trafficking, honeypot dynamic. You see what I mean? Like they were looking, or blackmail dynamic. Like these people. So if you were a person that was around him, you were around a person looking to blackmail you and your country. Not just blackmail you, but use you, right, against your own country and against Western countries. You see what I mean? So just be aware of that. So whatever, there could be other things behind that. We don't know how personal it got, but it's about information and controlling leaders of countries and controlling aristocrats. You see what I mean? So it's not a good look. Anybody who was around Epstein should be worried about what information Epstein got from them and how that information has gotten out to other people that will use it to their advantage. So, you know, I think no country can be immune to what has gone on here. Everybody should be very worried no matter what, and concerned, because you're talking about state secrets. You're talking about leaders of countries. Of course, kings and queens in Europe don't have the same access anymore that they used to have. They're not the heads of states in that same way anymore. You know, you have parliaments, they're democracies, and then you have the king and queen who just, after you have elections and the people through the process pick their leaders, then they anoint them. Basically, they anoint their government. They basically, when you go to the king and the queen, you go to them for somewhat of a something that is how can you say this? I don't want to belittle it, but it's just to give the okay, the final word. You know, it's theater, damn near. You know, but I don't want to belittle the importance of the royal families of any countries. You know, because people do get some kind of benefit from them, you know, when they come out and speak about certain public issues. You know, they're speaking about the cultural dynamic in a country, so in the tone that they're things that they might be concerned about. So, you know, but in any case, let's listen some more and see what they're saying here.
Of course, the royals must have a private life. They must have private relationships. We have no right to know what they talk to with all those private relationships. But when you initiate a new relationship like this one, who asks questions? Who vets these people? Who gets a picture of what they want from the crown princess, for instance, when they get her into their close orbit, as Jeffrey Epstein did?
Let's say the royals. Let me see something. Sterling is in the chat. Let me see something. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. Let me see something. Let me see if I can pull Sterling out. If you think Bondi is rich now, just wait. Yeah, exactly. Sterling, what's up? You hopping up? I see you in the chat. Let me know if you hopping up. I'm chilling. All right, so let's go on. Appreciate that. Hold on. Yeah, I'm taking callers. I see you. Just let me know. In a second, I'm gonna pull somebody up. Well, let me see. What is it? 2 hours? In 15 minutes, I'm going to pull you up
for a moment and look at the broader.
Now let's go on. Let me see something here. There was more. There's on the international stage.
French President Emmanuel Macron has sharply criticized Donald Trump's shifting stance on Iran and his repeated attacks on NATO. This after Washington urged partners to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz and questioned their commitment to the alliance. Speaking during a visit to South Korea, Macron also...
Trump is the last person that should be questioning anyone's commitment to the alliance when he's threatened to invade alliance territory. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? You know, Trump is crazy, bro. Trump is crazy, man.
Rejected calls for military action to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, warning such a move would be unrealistic and could dangerously escalate the conflict.
Hey, Christian Kirkpatrick, I see you, man. I appreciate it. Single mother, battling cancer, survived trafficking, plus etc. and faithful in Jesus' name. Blessed to have crossed paths tonight. I'll mute myself now and to focus and get new knowledge. No troll. Hey, I appreciate you, but yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that too. But we got to be real. This is America right now. A lot of Americans are feeling pain, and I'm not an American that's going to be mute about it. And the reason why I'm not going to be mute about it is because I have a decent life here. I'm an American citizen, but I live abroad. So I live in Denmark, and I have a pretty decent life. So therefore, I feel like I should be the last person to be silent when things aren't going well. You know what I mean? And not that things have been well in the U.S. for everybody all the time. They haven't been. No, I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that things should have been going in the right direction better, and instead they decided to get worse. So, yeah. So I feel for people, and no matter who you are, what state you come from, no matter what your background is, in terms of this kind of thing, I feel for people, you know, and yeah, I'm not going to let the division stop me from being a human being and doing the right thing in a particular time that we're in. You see what I'm saying? So I appreciate you. Thanks for checking out my channel too.
There are those who advocate for the idea of liberating the Strait of Hormuz by force through a military operation, a position that has occasionally been expressed by the United States of America. I say occasionally because it has varied. It's never the option we have chosen, and we consider it unrealistic. It's unrealistic because it would take an inordinate amount of time and would expose anyone crossing the strait to coastal threats from the Revolutionary Guards, who possess significant resources, as well as ballistic missiles and a host of other risks.
Hind Zian is a political analyst and joins us now from Paris. Welcome, Hind. How significant is Emmanuel Macron's rejection of military action in the Strait of Hormuz and the distancing from Washington that comes with it?
This is significant because, these are two people and two countries that have been allies for a long time and who actually still insist on being allies. However, the American president, Donald Trump, believes that a true ally is going to be behind them and will have their backs at any point, especially at this point in their history. So this is very important, but it is also sort of predictable because, France is a country that gives a lot of importance to diplomacy, to negotiations. So the French president, is only following a certain line, but by distancing himself, I don't believe that he wants to break with the president or with the USA. He's only reaffirming the necessity of a diplomatic solution because he believes, and that's something that he said a couple of hours ago, that any military action to make sure that the strait is workable again is absolutely unrealistic and won't work.
Mm-hmm. And he actually says that reopening Hormuz can only happen in consultation with Iran. Is that pragmatism then, or a fundamentally different worldview from the man who currently runs the United States?
Yes, I believe, first, there is a difference in worldviews because they are very different people, because they come from very different cultures and backgrounds. So they have a vision of diplomacy. They have a vision of the life between states that is very different. President Emmanuel.
In foreign diplomacy, you need to actually be an intellectual. You need to be an intellectual, and Trump is not an intellectual. And the people around you need to be intellectuals too, meaning they need to kind of be able to go out and know something, learn something about other people's cultures, to be able to help you have diplomacy, to support you in diplomacy. And if you just act like history doesn't matter or knowing anything about people's culture doesn't matter, you're going to be a very poor diplomat because there's nuances to everybody's situation. You see what I mean? And to just enter in a room that bold and not care about anybody else's culture, anybody else's history, and also the how it interconnects with yours, and maybe how it connects with the world, with others. If you're not aware of those things, you're not going to be a good diplomat, period. And Trump has brought us to a situation where acknowledging differences in people, acknowledging other people's history and things like that is supposed to be a negative. That's just fucked up, man, because it's basically promoting stupidity, promoting ignorance. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to go broke promoting that kind of shit, and especially among our own people. Like, that is not a good look. We should always strive to be intellectuals when we're dealing with this when we want to fix things. If you want to fix shit, you need to do your due diligence with the problem, who you're working with, what the solutions are, and things like that. You can't just know nothing and just think that your word alone is what makes things happen. It just doesn't.
And Macron has a vision that is very classical, traditional, which says that it is important to discuss things even with your enemy, because that's what he said a couple of years ago when he.
It's important to discuss things even with your quote unquote enemy. And let's be clear, using words like that, they're not, you might have someone that's an adversary, but it doesn't replace needing to know something about your adversary, needing to know everything about your adversary. Even if they're adversary, you should still want to know what things are like, where they're from, where they live, what the politics are, what the history is, who the people are. You see what I'm saying? Like, and it's not black and white anywhere you go. You see what I'm saying? Yes.
Who was talking about Russia and the Russia and Ukraine conflict.
All right. Let me get
And on the other
Sterling
hand,
up
the
here.
president is a very radical, but also a very straight to the point kind of person. So he believes that actually talking is not useful. What works is guns, is actually a sort of conflict, open conflict, and that's how he's going to have the answer. We have to keep in mind that this is a president who has used economic weapons, but also actual weapons in this war to get what he wants. So he believes that the art of a deal actually requires you to make sure that the enemy is scared of you, and it also means that you're going to have at some point to use the military. On the opposite, Emmanuel Macron is absolutely not on the same page as him, and he believes that it is important, even if it is somebody, a state that is very irrational like that of Iran. It is important to keep space for negotiations.
What risk does France see in a military attempt to reopen the strait?
Well, there are a couple of risks. The major risk is actually escalation, because we're talking about here a war that has spread to the countries in the region very quickly. So France and Emmanuel Macron are very afraid that some of their allies, France has strategic and diplomatic and defense ties with a couple of countries in the region, with Qatar, with Jordan, with Lebanon, with the UAE. And so there is this fear that this escalation that we've seen in the past month is actually just the beginning. And if we go a bit deeper in the conflict, it might just get even worse for these countries that are very important for France. The second fear is obviously that this regime in Iran is going to get even more scared, more radical, and that the impact on the economy, the world economy, is going to be worse if they feel like they have to fight to the death, because this is existential for them. And we have to keep in mind that there is another front that's been opened a couple of days ago by the Houthis, the Houthi rebels who are in Yemen and who are close to the Iran regime and who are partners and allies to the regime and who could threaten the Red Sea and the commerce through the Red Sea.
Exactly. Let me see if Sterling is here now. Yeah, Sterling, you see that? Try to answer. I'm hitting you up now. Let me see here. Let me also adjust the audio real quick. Yeah, just so when he answers, you got the call, Sterling?
Yeah, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man? Welcome back, bro. I appreciate you coming up.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no worries. So what's on your mind, man? What's going on? How you been? I hope everything's been good, despite everything in the U.S., you know. What state you from, Sterling, again?
I'm from South Carolina, but I'm in South America.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot. You in Colombia?
Yeah, Colombia, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Cartagena.
Yeah, Cartagena. Wow, it's got a lot of history, that town, that's part of Colombia. But go ahead, come on, let's hear it. Let's talk about it. What's going on?
Well, yeah, I've been listening for a minute. You know, like Pam Bondi, if you think she's rich now, just wait.
Yeah.
Because, you know what I mean? I heard you talking about that.
Yeah.
You know, because they've already announced that she's going to the private sector, which I don't know exactly what that will be, whether, you know, it'll be like Fox News, but see, I wouldn't think that because, you know, Trump fired her.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like, what's she going to do? They're not going to let her go to CNN to just talk trash all day about the administration, you know?
Right.
So it sounds like whatever she's about to do, it was already planned. And they were like, you know, we're gonna force you out, but we're gonna hook you up with this cush job or something, you know, so that you keep your mouth shut. I don't know. It's just
I agree.
I wanted to see what you think about that.
Well, yeah, I think it's a possibility. Of course, yeah, I definitely think everything you said is worth noting. Like, it's a possibility that it was pre-planned. I mean, come on, because pre-planned sounds like a conspiracy, but it's not a conspiracy when you go into a job to plan your exit. You know what I'm saying? This is what people do every day. They plan, okay, if I do this, then what is the leaving going to look like? And I need to make sure if it's good or if it's bad, it's still good for me, that I'm prepared for it, right? So, but she had history with Trump before she went in. She's the lawyer who defended Trump's scam with the university, Trump University in Florida. So if you ask me, Pam Bondi is corrupt. She's a corrupt lawyer. And there are corrupt lawyers. There are lawyers that work with criminals, criminal enterprises, cartels, Cartels have fucking lawyers. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. But they do. And why wouldn't Epstein have plenty of lawyers at his fingertips? He did. Why wouldn't Trump have plenty of lawyers at their fingertips? He does, because he's always in goddamn court as a citizen, right? So to me, it sounds like she'll be doing more citizen shit.
So she represented him in that Trump University thing. Didn't he lose that? I thought he got like
exactly. Yeah. But she's
and
probably gonna. The difference now is that she got a lot more inside information, so she can help criminals even more. That's my take on it. Yeah.
I don't know if she'll go be like I don't know if she'll work as like a public defender or like as a defense lawyer or a prosecutor. The way they made it sound like the private sector was, I don't know. It sounds like she's going to be a lobbyist.
She could be a lobbyist.
The revolving door.
Yeah. But look,
military industrial complex lobbyist or something.
Yeah. But it's like a lobbyist, whatever you want to call it. Because look at this, man. Again, at some point when you get up there with power, what's the difference between a lobbyist and a cartel member? The name. You know what I'm saying? It's the name. What's the difference? You know what I'm saying? The activity is still bad. It's just one is outright criminal and the other is posing as a cause. You know what I'm saying? Different people, rich people. One is just the legal rich people that undermine the public all the time, right? Undermine public rights and slither through the law, weasel through the law. And then the cartels are the ones that can't do that. They can't get weaseled through the law so well. But outside of that, they're both damaging to American people, So, yeah, go ahead.
So these cartels buy our corporations to get what they want. Basically. And they might not be cartel, but when I say cartels, I use the word loosely, like, it could mean anything,
right.
These big corporations and foreign interests.
Yeah, well, they function like cartels. They function like cartels. It's just one is legal, one's able. Yeah, one can hide under the legal framing, and the other doesn't care about the legal framing. But to me, it's like they're both. Look. I mean, and I think it's proper to say cartel at this point. The only reason why I say it is this, because look at who Trump associated with. Look at what we've had to deal with. We had to deal with Pam Bondi. She's a not Pam Bondi. Ghislaine Maxwell. We've seen Pam Bondi cozy up to the sex trafficker, Ghislaine Maxwell. She's hiding criminal activity. So what does she expect? She expect people to not see her as a criminal? To not see her as a evil figure in the Batman story? You know what I'm saying? In Gotham City, she would be the Joker. Or Trump would be the Joker, and she, so they mingle, criminals mingle with politics. But go ahead, Sterling.
Well, on a random note, did you see that video? I think it came out of Canada where they thought they stumbled across Ghislaine Maxwell, like in the street, like outside of a, did you see that?
Yeah. And then there's people that say Epstein, they saw Epstein in Israel, But I mean,
right? I saw those pictures.
Listen, man, she's British ancestry, right? So, Canada has plenty of people of British ancestry. I don't know how many people know that, British and French ancestry. That's Canada for you, a lot, outside of natives and others, that are part of the makeup. But so. In Epstein, there's a lot of Jews in Israel. You know what I'm saying? So, and he probably has Jewish ancestry, right? So he's bound to there's bound to be other Jews that look like Epstein, just like Epstein, and there's bound to be other women that look like Ghislaine Maxwell. It's people that say they've met a person that looks like me before, just like me, like a twin. It's genes, man.
Poor guy.
Yeah, it's genes.
I'm playing that. No, I'm playing.
Yeah.
I'm just joking. It was just fun because they'd examine their faces side by side, and also the person that she was standing beside, they said looked like her brother. Yada yada yada. Where's that Epstein?
Right.
Yeah. And those Epstein pictures where he had long hair and he was walking. I guess it was in Israel. that they claimed it was. Those pretty much got debunked. Like I think they had like the water stamp or watermark of like some AI. You know what I mean? Like it was.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah. It was pretty. Yeah.
It's just there's always people believe Tupac is in Cuba, man. There's people that believe Tupac is not dead, like straight up.
Right.
I mean, what can you say to those people? Like, all I could say is that Tupac didn't rap like it. He shouldn't have rapped like he was dead. And somebody in jail keeps writing letters to the Supreme Court trying to get out. That's Ghislaine Maxwell. You know what I mean? So who's that person?
Oh, right. And then like she had some meeting with, I don't know who it was in the Trump department. And then like, I think the next week she was transferred to a cushy prison.
Yeah,
like,
who got that? Who's living in the cushy prison if it ain't her?
Well, I mean, since you asked, like they have pictures of her. They're very fuzzy. And then there's one picture like of her before she testified. And they're saying that doesn't look anything like her. That this I'm just saying. Yeah.
You change. I could say, look, man, I tried to, I had to go down to what they call Boer service in Denmark, right? It's the commune, it's the locals, it's the state government, you could say, right? The state government office, some municipality, right? I had to go down there to get in Denmark, we have this thing called MitED, right? And the MitED is an app that you use that makes your private information from the government secure when you access it. So it's like when you want to see an official email from the government, or you want to do something like access your bank account, like have a bank account app, have the app from your bank on your phone, these kind of things. There's something that the state gives you that's an intermediary, and it's called a MitED, right? So it's so secure. They have two ways you can do it. You can do it over your phone if you have a passport, if you got one of them electronic passports or whatever. They have a way you could do it over your phone. And then if it doesn't work, you can go down to the municipality and they can do it for you, right? I had to do that because when I tried to do it on my phone, I had to take my passport. My passport is only 2 years old, man. It's a brand new passport. I got my latest passport just before Trump came into office, just before, right? And but when I tried to use the picture thing, everything worked. It could scan it. It knew I had a valid passport. It had the little electronic, chip in it, all that shit. But when it came to just trying to verify it's me holding the phone, it just fucking couldn't do it. Why is that? Because I look different from 2 years ago.
Right. I have that same problem. Like if you ever like lose a little bit of weight or gain a little bit of weight, my
Age,
phone doesn't recognize me a lot.
Age is gonna make you look different, man. I look old. I don't look like I looked 2 years ago. It's not that I look bad. It's just I don't look like I looked 2 years ago, and I definitely don't look. It just changes, man. It just changes. How you look changes. It's subtle, But I don't know why people don't think about those kind of things, like when they go to it. But it's obvious because we like to evade responsibility. I think number one, human beings like to evade responsibility. So if there's and we also like to be political about it too, and maybe not, it's not always about politics, like who you're voting for, but it's social politics too. Like, so we give grace to conspiracy theories we ought not to always give grace to. You know what I mean? Like I said, Tupac, motherfuckers think Tupac is alive. Who is that? Those are people that love him, right? They think he's alive, man. The man's not alive. I appreciate him, but the man's not alive. People talk about his record, Machiavelli, but they never read the book Machiavelli, by any book by Machiavelli. I mean, hello, maybe he was saying read Machiavelli's writings. No. But did you hear the record? So I mean, man, it's people. Yeah, go ahead. That's how I look at it anyway.
Okay, all right. There was something else you had mentioned earlier that I wanted to bring up, and I lost it just that fast.
Okay.
Oh, it was about the voter ID.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, exactly.
I heard you talking about that, and you kind of just brought it up again. So something similar. So to be honest, I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah.
Like, because I haven't been keeping up with that part of the U.S. news very, very much.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
like, so you were saying that they're trying to like mandate people to have an ID at the polls, but is it a specific voter ID? Like you couldn't just show your like license or something like that?
Yeah, I think what it is that from what I gather, they want to make sure that even though you already voted, for example, and even though you may have, even though you already voted, what they're doing is they're going after registrants. Pretty much, that's how I can see it. So if you are a person that has to register to vote now, you're a person that is going to be hit with some new regulations. And if you moved from your last address, that means you're one of those people too. So it's not just first time voters, it's people that moved their address, because now you have to go and re-register to vote. And under these new laws, they want to make it federal. They want to make it under these new laws. You have to show not just what people used to show. A copy of your birth certificate won't work. So if you're a person that was born, let's say that you're in your 70s, 80s, and you're a voter, and plenty of people are in the United States of America, right? I don't know how many people know this, but most of those people don't have a birth certificate they can really use. Why? Because it's paper. And when you live a long life, anything can happen to that paper. It's just paper. It could be a fire. It could be a flood. You could have moved and lost it. There's so many reasons why people don't actually have their legitimate birth certificate. They might have a copy, right? And then they get copies of copies, right? A lot of people have that. And so now none of that will do. That copy of a birth certificate is not going to do. And then on top, go ahead.
It can't be like the short form. It's got to be like a long form, like all these type of regulations like that.
It's just going through the same hassle that you went through. It's ridiculous, man. No, they're trying to narrow it down to, if you're a person that has to register, they're narrowing, and for any reason, that could be you moved, or that could be now it could also be it could interfere with the women. They want your name to be the same. It's so many. I actually, to be honest with you, man, I don't know what they're going for, because it is such a hot mess the way they're going about it. What they're asking for is ridiculous. If they pass this law from here out, for any reason, if you have to register, which is a lot of people, if you didn't vote in the past election, you will have to register again too. So that's another reason. So there's 3 types of reasons why you might end up having to register as an American citizen already. That's a taxpayer. If you meet any one of those situations, if you're a woman, your birth certificate won't even work, even if it's valid. Why? Because if you changed your name when you got married, they don't want that either. That's crazy. You see what I mean? So it's kind of like you got to get a new birth certificate. You got to, they just all over the place with what it will actually mean to people. It affects people in so many different ways. And I just wonder, it to me, it just seems like it's about the election. It's not about this election coming up. It's not about anything being coherent, right? Or comprehensive. It's just, nah, we need this now because we're scared of the election. Because when you really look at the details, it doesn't make sense. When you register to vote anyway, it's not like you just walk in there and you show one ID and you can register to vote. It's never been that way. No matter if it's your ID, no matter if with a picture, no matter if it's your any other information, they always triangulate it. They usually ask you for numerous things about yourself. Social Security number, that's one. You only have one social security number. Nobody else has your social security number. So then they usually ask you for a current address. The current address is attached to where you pay taxes to. So that's also a part of it. You see what I mean? So they know who you are. You see what I mean? They know who you are in so many numerous ways, right? That why would you want it to come down to one ID when right now they ask you for more than one thing? They ask you for 3 things pretty much, no matter who you are. So I just don't know what it's about, man. And then think about this. Why is it that the last state ID you bought isn't good enough? You had to pay for that state ID. Those state IDs aren't free. You see what I'm saying?
That's what I wasn't. That was what was news to me. In your chat today was that I didn't realize that it couldn't be a state ID or a passport. You know what I mean? Or
exactly, man.
I didn't know that.
It can't. It can be a passport, but
it can. Okay.
But they're still going to ask you for because the registration process, it is about a few different things. So it is about you being an American citizen, and it's about you voting where you actually are, where you live, where you pay taxes. You see what I'm saying? That your address actually has to be real. You see what I mean?
Right.
You have to be a real person living with that social security number, living in a particular place before you're allowed to vote, because you can't just vote in any state, right? It's a particular state. You see what I mean? So they've just, I don't get it. It doesn't make, to me, it doesn't make sense, man. Even if you have a passport, they're going to ask you for one more piece of information when you show up. They're going to ask you for something, even, no matter what. So I don't really get it, man.
And I guess we do have to be clear about whether we're talking about to be able to register or just to be able to show up at the poll and vote, right? Because it sounds like
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
It's two different things. Exactly. So look, here's I was reading this now. It says states that don't require ID. There's no state where you can register without providing some identifying number, have a requirement. However, if you have neither a license nor a social security number, states like California or New York allow you to register, but you will be flagged as a have a voter and must show ID the first time you show up to vote. So you can register, but you will be listed as a registrant. And so when you go to vote, then they will ask you for ID with a picture on it. You see what I mean? So, and then 2 requirements, the voting ballot phase. Okay, the ballot box. This is where the real divide happens. As of 2026, the landscape looks like this. Strict ID states. You generally cannot vote without it. In these states, so this is already states that have done this before the federal government even chimed in, which again doesn't make sense because states are the ones that have the rights. They're the ones that legislate how you vote, when you vote, what time you vote, all of that. It's not the federal government, but so it makes me wonder what's going on. But this is what some states have done. In these states, if you don't have a qualifying ID, you must vote on a provisional ballot and then return within a few days to show ID to the election office, or your vote won't count. So that means maybe you lost your ID, or maybe you forgot your ID, but you're still allowed to vote for that day or something, right? But you got to come back. It's provisional. Now, the examples: Georgia, Indiana, Kansas, Mississippi, Ohio, Tennessee, and Wisconsin, they have that provisional ballot stuff, right? Non-strict request ID states, okay? So this is different. They ask you for ID, but if you don't have it, you can usually sign an affidavit, a legal document saying I am who I say I am, and register and vote and vote on a regular ballot. But this is a crime. If you sign this, see, this is what's ridiculous. If you sign this is a legal document. You could go to jail. So
if you sign a paper saying that you are who you say you are,
if you don't have ID in Florida, Michigan, Texas, and Idaho, if you don't have ID, they still let you vote. If you say you are, if you have some other ID, is not a social security number. ID is a document with your photograph on it issued by your state or the federal government, right? So, but there's other qualifying things, validation, things that they consider valid for you to be able to vote, right? So in Florida, Michigan, Texas, Idaho, and Louisiana, they ask for ID. But if you don't have it, you can usually sign an affidavit saying I am who I say I am, right? And they will let you vote even if you don't have that ID on you, right? But it's a crime if you lie. So if you turn out to not be that person who signed that, you could go to jail in these states. So you see what I mean? So to vote, it's the criteria is already high. It's not like there's a whole bunch of ways that there's no way. It's pretty much very difficult to vote if you're not on a federal election and a state election if you're not who you say you are. It's hard. Okay.
Right.
Then it says no ID required at the polls. These states verify your identity using your signature on file or matching your registration info. They do not ask for a physical ID from the regular voters. Example, California, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, Oregon, Vermont, and Pennsylvania. Okay. Who needs more than one piece of info? So these states, right, no ID, they verified like in Denmark. They already got your taxes. They got your name. They got your social security number. They got your tax form. So they know where you live. They know who you are already. You see what I mean? So they don't need your ID because they're only, if these three things match up, where you live, your name, and your social security number, they already know who you are. They're only they're only allowing that one person with that social security name, with that social security number to vote. So they know you're not dead, because why do dead people pay taxes? I mean, you see what I'm saying? So this kind of thing, do dead people, have an electric bill? I mean, you could say that someone is faking someone else's identity. You could say that, but how many people are really doing that? How many? Is the question. It's minimal. It's too much work, But in any case, who needs more than one piece of info? Usually one valid photo ID is enough. However, you might need multiple pieces of info in these specific scenarios. First-time voters. This is where it's really getting pressing. First-time voters. If you register by mail and the state couldn't verify your driver's license or SS social security number against the database, you often need two forms of proof. So that means if you didn't vote, they may not have your name anymore. If you didn't vote in the last election, if you don't vote regularly, they can toss you off of the voter rolls. This is where it gets complicated. So people who didn't vote are the people who should expect to be affected this time around. You need to check on your voter status right now, early. Don't wait till a month before. You need to do it months. You need to do it now. Do it before the summer is over. Straight up, way before the summer is over. Do it by the middle of the summer, no less, because they might tell you that you need some extra shit all of a sudden. Something to prove your ID, like photo ID. Okay, it says if you register by mail, the state license SS in the database, you often need two forms, right? So you will have to come back with something to prove your ID, like a photo ID. Okay, something to prove your residency, like a utility bill or bank statement with your current address, right? Name changes. If your ID, driver's license doesn't match your birth certificate or registration because of marriage or a legal name change, some states like those following the Save America Act guidelines may require a third document, such as a marriage license, to bridge the gap between. So if you're one of those people and your state already passed the federal legislation, if your state is already ahead of that and just passed it themselves, you need to go out. If you're a woman who changed their name when they got married, you need to go get some kind of, proof of who you are, because your birth certificate name is different. That's crazy. You see? Yeah, this is what they're asking people to do. And I'm not a woman. So last time I checked, right? So this doesn't affect men, which is another dynamic. You see?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's more women largely.
And young people,
maybe young
that
people
are registering for like the first time or whatever.
Right. Yeah. First, people that are not on the voter rolls. People that are not on the voter rolls. That means you didn't vote in the last election, so you're not registered to vote. That's what that means. If you didn't vote in the last election, you're likely not registered to vote. That means you have to re-register. And to re-register, these are all the hurdles you might have to go through. And women, predominantly new voters, yeah, but women, even if will have to largely go through this because of that extra little name change thing. You see? Yeah, so that's it. That's crazy. Strict non-photo states. States like Arizona, North Dakota sometimes require 2 non-photo documents. Utility bill plus a bank statement. If you don't have a single government issue photo ID that lists your current address. Okay, yeah. If you don't have a single government issued photo ID that lists, yeah. So, yeah, that's what they're looking for. So your government ID must have your address, current address, and if it doesn't, then you need a utility bill or a bank statement that does show your ID, that does show your address, because that they need that to know what county you're voting in, what state you're voting in. You see what I'm saying? It's important. So it's not just about are you an American citizen, it's about are you eligible to vote in this town, in this state. You see,
at this polling location,
at this
because
polling,
sometimes
right, exactly.
Yes, sometimes you got to be to the specific one. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is, I could say something like, who does this mostly affect? Danovich, I saw your message.
I bet it'll say before you read it. I bet it'll say it's like it disproportionately affects people of color.
Well,
and
let's see,
and women, and maybe like the elderly and even young people.
I think so, man.
That's what I'm saying.
I think young people, elderly, women, and people of color. Yeah, in some degree, you're like, yeah, because there's nuances to being old in the U.S. Where's your, did you, first of all, how far is the voting poll? You know what I'm saying? Are you registered to vote? And what are the requirements? What about the ID, particularly with ID? This thing about birth certificate, a lot of these older people, I'm sorry, they're just not going to have their real birth certificate. It's just normal. They might have a copy. Copies are no good anymore. You see, that means you got to spend some extra money to get a new birth certificate, among other things, right? The time. And if you're alone, what if you can't navigate that?
You got to get a ride. You got to get a ride.
You got to get a ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. They're asking American citizens to do extra shit. That's where I get off at. I just don't. Aren't you already busy enough? Like, what the hell is this? I'm sorry, man, but I'm not looking for more work. I'm looking for more pay, less work.
And I always hear that, like, voting under a dead person's name or something like that is it's just so
a federal crime.
Rare.
It is
absolutely.
A federal crime. If they catch you, you will go to jail. So, or you will pay a fine, a serious fine. So this is not like something that they're not looking for. They can find out, and when they find that out, they not only don't count your vote, but you can go to jail. So it's kind of like, and then when you talk about how many people are actually getting away with anything like that temporarily, it is like 0.0009, 0.0003. It's like of the electorate. It's such a tiny margin. It's like, come on, you're looking for one person out of what, 3 million people? You're looking for one person,
right?
Like, okay, it says.
So let me
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, what I was gonna ask is, okay, let's say it's less than 1%.
Right.
Okay, much less. Okay, that's okay, fine. My question to you would be, like, how high would it have to be before you think that maybe we should reform the voter ID system and what you need required to vote? Like, what if it was 2%, 10%, 20%? Like,
I don't. I think this is what I think. I think, first of all, the people in Congress and in the Senate, whether they want you to vote or not, no matter what they think, they accept your money every single day of the week to pay their salaries. They're the ones that are supposed to be guaranteeing my right as a citizen to vote. That's their job on the federal. They're supposed to make sure there's no voter suppression. So we're paying their salaries. They're not supposed to be making it hard for us to vote. They're supposed to be making it easy and streamlined. That's
also fair, accurate though. That's part of it too. We expect them to be able to conduct fair elections, right?
No, not the federal government, because it's the state's role. You see what I mean? So they're just supposed to be guaranteeing that states aren't interfering in it, right? But I see where you're going. You saying if there is criminality, deal with it. Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, so why are you allowed to collect taxes if I'm not guaranteed to vote? Like, where do you guarantee my right to vote? Like,
I see what you're saying.
Where's that your responsibility as the federal government? Like, if I say, damn, that's too much, I wasn't able to do that, and I'm a citizen, and what do you do about it then? So what about all the citizens that couldn't vote last time? It's 80 million citizens that were are of voting age that didn't vote. What are they doing about that? Nothing. So to me, it tells me that it's like they're working backwards. Instead of trying to figure out the 2/3 that voted, and if there's like 1% or less that shouldn't have voted, to me it's backwards. They should be going out and try to find out why is 1/3 of the population not voting, and ask what can we do to help them vote. To me, that's what they do. Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, and you said who should be doing that? Are we talking about Congress, or are we talking about
the federal government? The federal government.
Okay,
they get our tax dollars. It's a democracy.
The federal government, which is now currently run by Trump, should be trying to figure out why more people didn't vote, even though it worked out well for Trump.
No, I'm not saying that it's in their best. I'm not saying that they're not crooks. They are crooks. But I'm saying if this was legitimate, if this Save America Act was legitimate, it was, to me, it would be like there would be something about finding out why 1/3 of the population didn't vote. If it was legitimate, you see what I mean? Like, they're not trying to protect your right to vote. You see what I'm talking about? That statement you made.
Oh, okay.
Like, to make it fair, to make sure it's fair, to make sure there's no
and they're all
illegals voting in there.
And to comment on your statement, like, they're also not interested in figuring out why 1/3 of the country didn't vote, because they know that they know why. I don't think it's an issue of like ID and voter suppression. It's the fact that a lot of people think it doesn't matter. A lot of people think their vote doesn't count. A lot of people are just completely turned off by the whole process.
Right.
And it's working out well for the two parties. So I would never wait on our government to figure out what they can do to get more people voting. Because they seem to be perfectly okay with it.
But no, I'm waiting. I'm not waiting for them. I'm talking to the citizens. To the citizens. What our agenda is. Our agenda is to make them do that work, because it's a democracy. That everything falls on what the taxpayers vote on. Our dollars, how our dollars are spent, are decided by the voters. Very simple. So we should be, even if the parties don't care or are happy, we shouldn't be. We should be demanding that they go out and do this shit. And in fact, it is all about the people. Whatever any party is saying in a political, anyone running for office, their only job is to be trying to implement what the people demand. That's their only job. They don't have another job. So
ideally, yeah.
No, not even ideally. They don't. There's no other job offer. When you run as a politician and you want to be a representative, there's only one job: to represent the people, the American people, the voters, the people that vote for you. That is literally your job. So I think it's kind of like how they, of course they're getting paid by your tax dollars. So you would think that, okay, if a person, since I live in a democracy and it hinges on people participating for it to be at its best. I'm not saying that that it doesn't function without 2/3. It's functioning without 2/3 voting, but is it at its best? So how are we going to make an argument that it's at its best when people are being taxed, but they're not voting? It just don't make any sense. There's all kinds of qualifying information that we need from these people, from the citizens, and how we typically get that consensus is through a vote. So when we have 1/3 of the population that's not voting, we're not getting consensus. That's just works backwards. You see what I mean? Like, so
let me ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So let me ask you this. Let's throw this out there. Should it be a legal requirement to vote?
I don't think, because then that gets into like punishment, but I think, we should be trying to get out there and ensure that when it's this big, we should be out there. The Congress, you know how Congress has special committees and does all of this shit? There should, at the very least, be a special committee on why 2/3 of the population didn't vote. That should be official Congress business. They should be having a committee or a sessions about this, like where they go out, collect the evidence, find out every single American citizen that did not vote and poll them. You see what I mean? Survey them to find out what it is. I mean, that's how you usually start with demographics of society, with groups of people. You know, you survey them to find out what it is, but it needs to be our official business. You know what I mean? And so I just think that this is the least they could do, because we can't assume. Like, let's just say that you are right. Let's just say that people didn't vote because of this and that. They don't believe shit's going to change. All right, well, let's get it down in official documentation. Let's get their word on that. Let's find out how many Americans really didn't vote because they don't believe in the process. Let's not guess, because they're paying taxes. Anyway, why guess? What's that about? You know?
Yeah.
And I just think I don't think it's a good look. But when you look at everything else, when you look at other democracies that have, especially the ones that have, and every other Western democracy has universal health care, universal education. That means no matter how much money you have, you get to do these things. If you're eligible, let's say to get into school, you pass the entry exam, boom, you're eligible, right? Trade school, pass the entry exam, boom, you're eligible. This tech school, pass the entry exam, boom, you're eligible. It's not about how much money you make. So in every other Western country, people have this stuff, and in every other Western country, more people vote. So, is there a correlation between that?
Absolutely, because it sounds like in those places, the government has given people something to vote for. You know, whereas like I don't think that Republicans and Democrats and our federal government will ever.
No, man. It's the other way around. It's the voter. The voter said, this is what we want. And if you don't get this, we vote you out. You don't have a job next year. It's not negotiable. It's a non-negotiable to the voters in these countries. Even in Denmark, the right wing wants everyone to have the right to education and healthcare. It's a non-negotiable. You see what I mean? Only in the U.S. is this a non-negotiable. I mean, you know, is it something that could be negotiated? I mean, only in the U.S. Like,
but neither party wants it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the voters, if the voters don't want it, the parties don't want it. You know, and the voters have to say, we want this. That's how it's done. You know, if the voters aren't saying it, you ain't going to get it. You know, that's how it works. You know, there's other people's interests are going to be the people who vote and the people who pay. Obviously, you know, you got special interests, but the people who vote, you know, obviously they're what they want should be represented. But when you have low voter turnout, that's 2/3 of the population is voting. 1/3 is not voting. That's 80 million people in a society that's 350 million. That's a lot of fucking people. That's a lot. So let me ask you. Yeah.
Let me ask you this. What about like I know a lot of other countries make the election day like a national holiday. Should we do that?
I think so. I think if you vote, I think it should be done like that. That's a good encouragement. Like, that's a more subtle way of doing it. Like saying, look, today is the day you get paid. You don't come to work, right? But to get that check, you need to come back with your voter that saying that you voted or that day. You know, you need to come back with proof of voting. And then I think people will pick up. You will see a huge, you know, all of a sudden you will see all those people vote. You see what I mean? If I think, or a big percentage of them vote. But then again, it's assuming, because you don't know why these people, again, you don't know why 80 million people didn't vote. They need to be surveyed though. That's a huge number. You see what I mean? Like, they can go out there and make it an issue. They could, just like they make anything else an issue, they could make 80 million people not voting an issue. They could say, wow, we want to know how. And we need to have this recorded in the country's records, you know. And how you do that is through Congress taking the issue up, you know.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no lobbyist group for that reason. There's nobody lobbying for 80 million people to start voting.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Because there's no money in that.
Yeah, they want
so
people, it's like you said, the big interests, special interests don't want people voting. They can pay for what they want. You see, special interest is not about one man, one vote. Special interest is about we helped you by money. So now we want something now that you won. That's special interest. That's not the same interest as the American citizen. And citizens need to be up on this shit, how it works. Like when you don't vote, you're just saying, go ahead, special interest. You get first share. You get to decide. That's what people who don't vote are doing. They can complain about special interest, but when you don't vote, you're helping special interest.
I would agree with that. And I would also say that if you vote for the lesser of two evils, you're doing the same thing.
If you want to say it's evil, you know what I mean? Because
it is a figure of speech.
Figure
of speech.
I myself, I don't use it that way. I don't use it that way because, I see it personally as a way to get people to not vote. It's like, nah, man, you're just as guilty as anybody else. First of all, your taxes pay for killing. So the lesser of two evils, nah, you're up for the evil because you pay for it. What you're not up for is the decision making because you don't vote. So I don't call it less of two evils. I call it more like people just not taking responsibility, man. And finding ways to not do it. Finding ways to not just being fucking lazy, man.
Sure.
If you were locked up and the state prohibits you from voting, I can understand that. If there's a law that prohibits you to vote, a real law, I can understand that. But if it's just because you didn't want to, register to vote, man, what the fuck, dude? Like, look, even if you didn't pay taxes for 50 years, they still can't stop you from voting if you're in the U.S. So what the fuck? That's crazy, right? Isn't that crazy?
So to me, that speaks volumes. Like the reason people aren't showing up, we do need a poll, but who's going to conduct it? And I think it's a lot of different factors. People have to work. People are working 2 or 3 jobs. Don't have time to go vote.
Exactly.
Perhaps election days should be several days, and to make sure that everybody can go. I'm not sure.
I agree.
How do you feel about everybody doing how do you feel about generally mail-in voting? Should everybody have the option to mail-in vote?
No, I just think it depends on your situation. Everyone doesn't have the option to mail-in vote. You can only mail-in vote if you, for some reason, have reasonable cause that you can't show up to the poll. That's what it is. So,
but I'm saying, should everyone have the option? Would that be helpful to get more votes, voter turnout?
I think I'm not sure. I don't. Me myself, it just. I don't think that's going to appease everybody. I think the reason why you have mail-in voting is because it's a minority. You see what I mean? So it's a situation where when you go to the polls, one thing about polling, when you go to the polls, what you get out of it that you don't get out of mail-in voting is that you get to see the people in real life. Like you get to see which way the tide is turning from day one, right? So you don't get to see that with mail-in voting. Even though mail-in voting counts, it's just to make sure that people in the service or Americans that live overseas have the right to vote. That's all it's there for. Or elderly people, right? Elderly people.
I think it's students away, like at school or something.
Students, because they're not at their address anymore. They're not at their home address. You know what I mean? So they have that, and then there's elderly people and people that are sick or people that are traveling in the country on that day, so they can't go to the polls. I think all of those things are reasonable, but most people don't have that, but don't have that.
Should they?
Excuse, but I mean, I don't think it's. What would the excuse be though? What would the technical reason be? Would the reason be like, I don't want? Well, some people have early voting, right? Some places have early voting too. That it's not on that day. Is you can come before that day in person and vote. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about this. If everyone should have mail-in voting, because I think it's important that you do get to see kind of where the pulse of the country is, right? And I think you get that when people show up to the polls. But I'm not against it, but somehow I just don't see it. I don't see it as necessary, man. I think it's good that people show up, stand in a line a little bit, half an hour, whatever, and vote. But if it's too hard, like, look at this. On example, here we say, look at this. For some people paying, it says here, low income and hourly workers. For some people, for some living paycheck to paycheck, the cost of an ID includes lost wages. DMV offices are typically open during the business hours, blah, blah, blah. But let me see here. It also goes to, like you said, young voters, right? Students, poor documentation. I think, like you said, people that are coming home from work, sometimes maybe they work longer hours on those voting days. Yeah, maybe that needs to be an option. If you're a person that works for, more than 8 hours a day, or you work, you tend to, what about truck drivers, man? You know how many people are working 12 hours a day? And truck drivers, that means to vote, they can't even drive, man. Isn't that crazy? They can't go to work if they want to vote. So,
okay, yeah. So
I think there's reasons. I mean, I think there's reasons, Yeah, maybe.
I got one more.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I hope that was helpful. I'm not really sure about that last part.
I haven't really thought about this stuff either. I'm just asking. What about, like, should you be able to vote at any polling location? So like,
I don't think
that
so.
be help?
I don't think so. Because
I think waiting in that 30-minute line, I think having to show up, I think having to go to a certain place, all of this is restricting people from voting. It's cutting down on votes. So if we want to have like a society where we get more participation, then I feel like we got to make it. We got to consider all the options, right? That's all I'm saying.
If it's I think I understand you, man, and and maybe it is something people should look into. Obviously, if they determine that, if you do a survey and you really do a real survey, like you go out there and not just a survey that is how can I say this, that is just like mail in, like they mail it to your door and you fill it out, or no, I mean like federal workers go door to door, just only looking to their only job being about voting. Who these people are that didn't vote. If they go out and they survey these people, knock on the doors, and they get data, and they do conduct a nationwide survey that takes months, and has people on the ground and things like this, I think they will come back with information, And if they come back with information that suggests all of those things that you mentioned, then they should utilize the information, because it's a democracy. We vote. We pay taxes. We had a war because of taxation without representation. So representation and taxing go hand in hand. You see what I mean? So we need to figure out why so many people aren't voting, and it needs to be official. And then whatever choices and decisions need to come from that, like new laws, should come after they do the surveying. You know what I'm saying? But it could be all of those things you mentioned, bro. It could be all of those things you mentioned. I won't say no. And I also haven't thought about it so much, right? But yeah.
And there very well may have been surveys already by various outlets, like news outlets, perhaps. Like I'm just Googling it, and like I'm looking at studies from like The Guardian and different places where they're talking about exactly what we said, like half of young people didn't vote, and it's saying that roughly 36% of eligible voting age population did not vote, and a lot of people, they said scores. Hold on 1 second. It says, I beg your pardon.
Go ahead.
Oh, because I'm not in a swing state was one of the reasons people gave, so therefore my vote won't count.
Okay.
Let's see what else we got here. It says. They felt their vote would not matter because of the electoral college system, since they lived in a red or blue state. Yeah. And these are people who nonetheless had voted in 2020 and 2016. While various previous Democratic voters said they had abstained this time due to Harris's campaign stance on Israel. So that taps into the fact that people didn't have a candidate that they wanted to vote for.
What are you reading from?
Oh, sorry. And I'll try to post it. It's the Guardian. It was written.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. It was written December 2024.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the Guardian. Yeah. Just making sure.
I clicked the first thing that came up. To be honest,
It's a lot of people, but I mean, I would just say to the people that, again, to the people, you're not going to, if you really think that you're going to agree, I don't know what type of a voter people are sometimes. Sometimes I wonder, like, for example, African Americans, right? Black Americans often vote, and there's things that really have nothing to do with them, particularly as an ethnic group. But they vote because they can see how the common good is good also. The common good, right, affects them. So a lot of people, when it comes to a president, let's say just a president, right, because there's hundreds of congressional members. There's hundreds of senators. So it differs. But when it comes to a president, most people are likely to find things they don't, one or two things about that person's policy that they're not sure about or that they don't like, in opposed to a lot of things they like. That's just typical, because there can only be one president at a time. There could be 100, congressional members at a time. There could be 100 senators at a time. Of course, you only pick one from your state, but I'm just saying overall that's how it works. They can override each other on that level, on the Senate and in the Congress. But the executive pen can't be overrided in that way, in the same way, right? So me myself, I'll give an example. Some people may have voted for Obama because he was black. I don't know. Some white people may have said, hey, that's nice that a black man could be president. I want to see that. Some black people said, hey, and cried. Oprah was out there crying. He's black. Oh my God, it's history. It's a watershed moment. Me, I voted for Obama because of the shit he said. That's what I did. And he didn't say anything about doing anything for black Americans. And I still voted for him. So when I look at people saying, Kamala Harris didn't do one thing they wanted, and they didn't look at all the other things that she voted for, because keep in mind, people didn't like Biden's policy on Palestine, the two-state thing. They didn't think he cracked down hard enough on Netanyahu, right?
Right.
But listen, just you must understand, as far as history goes, that rationale that you chose got you someone who hates fucking everything like you and everything like Palestinians. So if you think that rationale worked out for you, do it again.
What do you?
Just
dig
do
a
it
little
again.
deep. Dig a little deep.
You know what I'm saying?
Dig a little
I'm not
deeper into that. What do you mean exactly?
I'm not a one issue voter. You know what I'm saying? I don't vote on one issue. One issue is not going to do it. If you tell me school won't be free, no more free school tomorrow, that one issue won't stop me from voting. That's what I'm saying. If the one issue is school lunch programs is getting cut out, that's not going to be the only reason why I won't vote for you, because there's a whole bunch of issues that a person is running for. There's a whole lot of them, and you're not going to get them all at any time when you're voting for a president. So when I look at that, what I say is that Trump literally hates Palestinians. So why would you get something that you thought had problems and should work harder? Why would you think Trump is going to work harder for Palestinians? Where'd that come from?
I wouldn't have thought that. I didn't think that. No.
Yeah. So I'm
No.
like,
but
I
this
do,
goes back to the. Go ahead.
I was going to say, but I do know when you're running for office, there's a difference between what you're talking about and what you say before you're elected. Look at Trump. He talked about a lot before he was elected. People still trusted his misogynistic ass. Yes, they did. They trusted him, and they ain't really get shit. And they still trusted his misogynistic, bigoted ass. Kamala Harris, they couldn't trust her for 1 second. No. It's not going to be you because of this, and this. It's like, okay, damn. Turn out to be, it turns out Trump hates you more than Kamala Harris does. That's all. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Trump hates who exactly more? Like just the average American citizen?
Yeah, he don't give a fuck about nobody. He doesn't care about anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He did trick a lot of people into thinking like he was the populist on their side. A man of the people.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, a man of the people. Like I just can't imagine buying that. You know what I mean? Like he's never been a normal person since the day he was born.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
know.
I'm saying.
He bamboo.
But
I don't agree with that.
But people said that Kamala Harris's policy was going to be the same as Biden's policy, and in American politics, as far as presidents goes, that's never the case. That's not guaranteed at all. You see what I mean? It's the vice president pretty much doesn't set policy. Everybody knows that. Look at Mike Pence. Mike Pence was the quietest VP in the history of the United States. Why? Because as the vice president, you're pretty much going to go along with what the president says. Just because that's the role you're taking. Your role is not to be against the president. You're not elected to be against the president. You're not picked to do that, to undermine the president. So it does give you experience. It does give you an opportunity to now run for office and set your own lane. You know what I mean? But when Kamala Harris ran, Biden was still the president. She was running as the VP. So I think it's some complexities that people didn't take into account. I think people, and I'm not saying that I do get the concern, but again, if it's one issue, if you're a single issue voter, that's not advisable in presidential elections because it just don't work that way. Because look at Trump. Look, he had 5 issues, ain't stand on none of them. Maybe immigration was the one thing, and that's not even comprehensive though. He's not even asking Congress. He's not even asking Congress to come with any comprehensive plan about immigration either. He's just saying get out there on the street and find them.
No, he closed the borders. He closed the borders.
Yeah, but that's not comprehensive. You know what I mean?
Well, first of all, he didn't close the damn borders.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what
they'll tell you that though. They'll tell you that the borders are closed.
You crazy.
They are closed. It's after 5:30 p.m. and they are done. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Yeah, because it's like first of all, how does all the drugs getting into the country if the borders are closed? Second, I mean, you know what I'm saying? The prices on
Venezuela.
You know what I'm saying?
Venezuela.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, how them drones flying over fucking what's the Air Force? What's the damn base in DC? And one of those bases where these goddamn people are right. You know what I'm saying?
Was it? Yeah. Right. Was it Wright Patterson? Maybe I don't know.
It's a few of these bases where Hexet are living and Kristi Noma living. How come those drones are flying above and shit if the borders are closed? It's just ridiculous. And plus, it's not that simple. We need seasonal documented workers to come. We need people to come and work in farms. Yeah, we need that. We need, it's like to have the borders, to close the border. It's like, man, what are you talking about? Like, comprehensive is much better because you need people coming in and you need people going out. You want to pick who the people are better. That's called comprehensive. That's all. You want to pick them.
Earlier you said, that there are, I believe you said there are corrupt lawyers.
Yeah.
Corrupted. We were talking about Pam Bondi or whatever.
Yeah.
Is Kamala a corrupt lawyer?
I don't think in the same sense, man. No, don't get me wrong. I believe people citing her record properly is nothing wrong with that. You should recite her proper record. And if she prosecuted people under a law that she didn't sign herself, because a prosecutor is not a senator. You know what I'm saying? So a prosecutor is not a governor. You're not in the state's legislature at that point. A prosecutor is a prosecutor. You do what the voters representatives tell you the law is. You execute the law, a prosecutor. So people, if you want to know did she follow the law? Yeah. That's you can cite her on following the law, but you shouldn't try to make it seem like she conspired herself against people. She got a record worth, she has a long, extensive record. It's worth noting properly, but she's not corrupt, man. She's not corrupt. No. This is ridiculous, Even putting her in anywhere close to this situation with Trump is wild, man. It's wild. We didn't hold her to the same standards. We didn't hold Trump to the same standards. With Trump, there's no standard at all, and we acted like Kamala Harris was the criminal. It's wild. I don't get it, man. Trump gets away with everything. He hurts people, and he doesn't even like you, and you got people he don't even like voting for his ass. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. It is crazy, and but I think where we differ is, I didn't vote for Kamala.
Yeah.
I didn't vote for Trump. I haven't voted for a Democrat or Republican in a long time, since Obama. Actually, I voted for Obama. I got bamboozled.
Yeah.
But even Kamala, I wasn't like a one issue voter. Yeah. But there were I know that there was a litmus test as far as socialized medicine. I felt very strongly about socialized medicine, Medicare for all, however you want to phrase it. And that was the first thing I looked at in my candidate is, are you for that? And I could pretty much rule out a candidate right there. Now, in Kamala, you were talking about Trump didn't stand on business, what he said he was going to do. Kamala raised her hand and said that, she would be for, Medicare for all. But when it came down to it, my understanding is she didn't vote for it.
Right. And I think, I'm not sure about that particular thing, but this is a whole nother dynamic. This is not corruption. This is not her being a corrupt attorney, but there's a lot of things, when this is the process. And I do know that it's frustrating for a lot of voters, right? But people need to be pragmatic, and they need to know exactly where the fault lies, right? Once you become a senator, once you become a congressman, your job is to write laws, and you have to negotiate those laws, and you have to vote on them for them to move forward to the next process, part of the process. So just like Obamacare, if you don't get all the votes to pass your program, it doesn't matter if your program is the best program for American people since the history of the country. It doesn't matter if this program is proven to help everyone, guaranteed for less money ever. That's not what matters. What matters is, do you get enough votes? That's what matters. And a lot of times what happens is that you can have great programs that start, great ideas, and then you find out you got special interest people voting against it, or special interest people that, help pay for people's elections that are voting against these things. You know what I mean? And so what do? You make concessions. That's how you got Obamacare. Concessions. You didn't get Obamacare because that was his idea. Obamacare was what you got left of it when people didn't want to vote for his idea. You see what I'm saying? And it's the same thing, it happens every day in politics. When you don't get people, when American people aren't paying attention to the votes in the Congress, every single law that's being voted on, they're not paying attention to the details in the Senate, in the Congress, they're being duped every single day. And that's a problem, because I would say there is where there's a lot of corruption in the U.S. A lot of special interests working very hard and also the special interests are legacy media. Legacy media is not covering these things. They ain't covering shit, bro. They're not, they're not there for the informed voter or the voter that wants to be informed. They're not there for them, man. They just kind of absent. They talk about the legacy media talks about the issues that are glaring in your face, that are just ugly and stereotypical, but they don't really dig into the detail when it comes to laws being passed in Congress or in the Senate. So, everyone knows universal health care and it is cheaper across the board.
It is, but I don't think everyone knows that though.
But the American people are the only ones that don't know it.
Right, because we've been brainwashed.
And we vote against it.
Brainwashed.
Yeah, we voting for people. Think about how many Americans voted for people that don't want universal health care, that advocate against it. It's fucking crazy, man.
Voted against it. Not any of those candidates were for it. And like
Jazzy says 47. Jazzy Jazz Music says 47% of DT voters have a high school diploma or less, and political science teaches pragmatism. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's true, man. I mean, that's what we dealing with. We dealing with people that have been dumbed down, and we got to do something about it. Now, I see somebody in the chat is here talking about TDS. No, man, I'm against dumbing down. And if you hear my program, why are you spending so much time here if you don't like it? You know what I'm saying? Now, he's like, the algorithm makes money. Man, my motherfucking job makes money. What kind of insult is this? What the fuck? I got a union job, dude.
Right.
I'm about to go on vacation. I got 5 weeks vacation, you jackass. I'm about to start taking. What the hell is he talking about? Like, this dude is like, I'm doing it for the algorithm, to make money off the algorithm. Man, you better look into YouTube. You better look into a little more, man. You're not getting rich off of this thing. Maybe if I get a million subscribers, I might. But damn, I got 10,000 subscribers. Okay, do the math.
And often you get a lot of views, so your channel is doing well. Congratulations, you deserve it.
Yeah, I do okay numbers, but it's not paying my bills. It's nowhere close to that, man. It's like
right.
And I'm not doing it for the small little coins, man. I'm doing it. It's nice to get them, but just be very clear. I started doing this podcasting before I had these numbers. I think I got about 8,000 subscribers last year, just from 1 year. I'd been podcasting unseriously for a couple of years, you know what I mean, before that. But it was really just about talking about this shit that's going on in our country that got people's attention. And it's because I'm an American living outside of the U.S., so I can talk about some variables from both sides. You know what I mean? I can kind of bridge the gap, and I can also help break down, and debunk some of the lies about being told about countries that have universal health care. That's what Americans want to know. They want to know, how do you get it? So I was able to see the logic in that and see how it can, if we talk about it more, it can affect the voters. More voters will start seeing that they've been duped. So that's what I'm here for.
Absolutely. I like that. And going back to the corruption thing, there was it sounded like you were on the fence about Kamala being corrupt. You said she wasn't, at least not in the same way.
Yeah.
And then we started talking about special interest money. Yeah. And that's exactly what I mean, is that if we went and looked into it, I am 100% confident that she took money from Big Pharma and Big Insurance. And those are the same people who, for example, wrote Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, which, I voted for Obama, not in the primaries. I voted for Dennis Kucinich.
Right.
But when Obama won the primaries, I gave him my vote because of the public option that Obamacare was supposed to have. And then it never had it because it was written by Big Pharma.
But Obamacare, it's like, I'm not sure about that little detail of when that got into, quote unquote, Obamacare. Remember, it's Obama didn't write the legislation. He signed it, right?
No, Big Pharma wrote it.
Yeah. So, but he signed it. And before that, before, quote unquote, the American, what is it? The American Affordable Health Care Act. Is that what it's called?
I think it's Affordable Care Act.
Affordable Care Act, right? Before that, it was more people not even being able to get into a hospital. You see what I mean? We talking about emergency service care. You see what I mean? It was bad in the 90s, 80s and 90s. This is before Obama. You see?
Right.
So it's like, if you look at it in terms of improvement, yeah, it was an improvement. But this thing about private corporations, they were still included. They weren't forced to, standardize prices. They're providing a service, but they were allowed to profit off of a vital service, like profit, like it's a normal, like it's a business that has no consequence to everyday people's lives, but it does. You see what I mean? When we think about clean water, we see that as necessary for everyone to have water running in their house. We don't see healthcare like that in the U.S. So instead of, go ahead.
Unless you live in like Flint, Michigan.
Yeah, unless you live in Flint, Michigan, right? But we're starting to look at private profit. We're looking at things that are normally like supposed to be of public interest. We're turning them into private things. So that's driving the cost up, because when you run a business, different. If it's about how much money you can make is what your success is rated on, that's what we did wrong in the U.S. So it's not just the healthcare thing. It's across the board with a few different dynamics that affect us all. Education affects us all. So why does it come down to who has more money? Why doesn't education profit everybody, the whole society? When I leave my house, right? When I leave my house and my community is full of maybe not rich people, but educated people, isn't that community better? Because I'm walking around people that you can communicate with and have a rational brain about how to solve even just community-based problems. It's organized thinkers we're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? It's people that are encouraged to dissect, look at the problems from the ground up, right? And then do something about them. Just even if they're poor, right? Even if they're people that aren't, making a lot of money, they're encouraged to do that. In our society, it's not that way. We're encouraged.
You're right.
Yeah. And so I think we are missing out on some basics. And we're being duped too. I'm not saying that there's not, everybody that takes lobbying money needs to reconsider what their job is every single day. They need to say, first of all, you can get lobbying money, but you're not here for the lobbyist. That's wrong. You're actually supposed to be working for the American people, because the American people pay your taxes. Why are we paying these people? It's us paying them. But they don't need. They don't need. Kamala Harris doesn't need a lobby money to get dental care. We pay for that. Trump doesn't need it to get the best dental care. He doesn't need a lobbyist to get his kids into the best private schools. He don't need a lobbyist to live in the best housing. We don't need a lobbyist for them to get the best health care. The American citizen is paying for them. Every representative, Democrat, Republican, Independent, every person, all of them, every government, all those people, elected officials and their cabinets, we're paying for all of them to have the best life you can have in the United States. And we are like, what are we left with? You see what I mean?
A broken system.
Yeah, they don't need the lobbyists. They don't need the lobbyists.
What they don't need is that salary that we're giving them. That's why you see people like Trump saying, "Oh, I'll forego that," and then you see people like Nancy Pelosi become so incredibly wealthy. Marjorie Taylor Greene is both sides. Like that special interest money makes our tax money and their little salary and their little dental bill look like chump change. It's nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it is chump change. But it is chump change compared to what they're getting from the lobbies. But here's the thing. This is what we got to think of. It comes back to our values, though. What are the people's values? Like, do you need, or should it be necessary to have Pam Bondi money to just have a dignified life in the United States of America? Is that what a dignified life is? You see what I mean? You need million. That's very telling. If you need all that money to have a dignified life. Dignified life means you walk outside of your home, you look to the left, you look to the right, you go outside, you're not feared that someone's going to rob your ass, right? Because everyone is getting something. You see what I mean? You're not going to be targeted for just having a little, because everyone has a little. You see what I'm saying? Instead of some having some and others having nothing. You see what I'm saying? Like when I know this, because I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. I grew up, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, right, in D.C. When I leave my house in D.C., you know what I'm saying? Like, unfortunately, as a young man, I had to just live with the fact that violence can be part of this thing. And what do you do in a society where there's violence? You see what I mean? Where violence can happen, where guns can happen, because people are out there wanting to make money or wanting to do whatever, or just confusion, right? So I had to
try to survive day by day.
Yeah, I had to grow up and understand that, you're actually going to have to defend yourself sometime here. This is going to, just going to be that way. But when I live in Denmark, when I leave the house, I'm not thinking about that at all. When I drive around in the U.S., you know what I do when I'm driving around in the U.S.?
Lock your doors, roll your windows up.
Lock that motherfucker. I lock the door. I turn on my opera music or whatever the hell I want to listen to, my classical music, to have a nice peaceful drive through the city. You see what I mean? I'm having a nice time, but I'm limiting.
Don't honk at anybody. Don't flip anybody off.
Exactly. I'm limiting my contact with people. And when I do have contact with people, I'm being very nice and I'm being very generous. I'm limiting it. But when I do have contact with people, I'm being very nice and I'm being very generous. And I'm saying, thank you. Hello. Thank you, sir. These kind of things. I'm being very, very polite, right? Because first of all, I want to give out positive energy to even people that don't have as much as I do. You see what I'm saying? To make it very clear, I am like you. I'm like you. You see what I mean? Even if I'm okay, I see you. I see where you're at. I'm not ignoring you. I'm not treating you worse. I don't think I'm better than you. But when I leave the U.S., when I leave the house in Denmark, everybody has what I have. Everybody got 5 weeks vacation. Everybody has 5-week vacation. Most people, if you have any kind of education, have a union job in Denmark. You see what I'm saying? These kind of things. Even if you don't have a union job, even if you have an issue, every handicapped person has help in Denmark. You see what I'm saying? Every person is not handicapped. If you're just can't get your shit together, they have something called welfare. That you have rights to a house, a home, not a house, but a place to go and lay your head, a home. You have a right to a dignified life. You see what I mean? So there's no excuse if you're not doing anything. You either have handicap issues. Some people have mental issues and things like that, but you get help. You get some kind of help, right? You're not going to just be thrown to the wolves, thrown to the street. In the United States society, you are thrown to the streets. So when I leave the house in the U.S., I'm looking at mental handicap. I'm looking at handicap, mentally ill people that are handicapped too. I'm looking at people that got all kinds of fucking problems and they can't even fucking get help. And I got to worry about my safety because the government ain't worried about it. You see what I mean?
And that's something I want to get back to is that earlier you said that, it's the government should be working for the people who are voting for them and paying for them.
Yeah.
And then I also heard you say that something about like if you accept lobbyist money,
yeah,
I forgot exactly what you said. You would be very skeptical about voting for that person or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so
person, hold on, sorry about that. This person, Senior Spicy Boy, I don't know what kind of weird ass name that is, but he has 18 subscribers, 3 videos, and 49 views. And you're in my page trying to describe my channel as being something. Boy, you a punk ass. Get your punk ass out of here, man. Stop harassing me, you jackass. Anyway, go ahead. I just wanted to say that. I'm reading the chat. So this punk ass got the nerve to be talking about me. What I'm doing.
I haven't even looked at the chat. I'll check it out later.
Nah, he's about to get the hell. Get off my nuts for a second, man. God damn. Like, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
sorry.
So we were just talking about like what it means to be corrupt, and you were saying something about lobbyist money, and that if the government is working, I think this is what you said, is working for those lobbyists instead of us, it's on us to vote them out.
Yeah.
But and then you also said, oh, you're not a one issue voter, but I know based off of our previous conversations and even today, you said that you're for Medicare for all, socialized medicine.
Yeah,
it sounds like you also are for like
no, that's not that's not socialized medicine. That's not socialized.
Okay.
Medicare for all is not socialized medicine, and I think that's the thing about it. people need to look up these things. Listen, Medicare for all or healthcare for all, that's not socialized. You can still have private businesses providing healthcare. You see what I mean? Or providing parts of the healthcare also. That's not the issue. The issue is that everyone, it should be the standard of what we pay in our taxes. The Americans, right? We pay more, 4 to 5 times more than other Western countries for the same healthcare. That's the problem.
Oh,
so
no, we have the best. We have the best healthcare in the whole world.
Yeah, that's what they tell people,
don't
right?
you know?
That's what we tell. So the issue is, why is the money? Because a person in the United States, everyone who doesn't have, if you have a job and you don't have healthcare, you're actually still paying towards the health care that you can't get. That's crazy. A big part of your federal dollars that is collected from your salary goes to health care you can't even afford on the back end, and that's just crazy corruption, dude. That's just like, so if you actually look at how the system is structured, like you said with Obama, and people call it Obamacare because they like to tag him with passing legislation. That was legislation then. When Obama hasn't been president for 20 years, what stopped anyone else? Nothing. You know what I mean? Except they still on Obama's jock because he's a black man. They don't want to do their job, so they use him as an excuse to not do better. They could do better. Obama didn't stop them from doing better. You see what I mean? That all Obama did when you're the president is sign what people pass. You say, is this going to help people a little more than it hurts them? Yeah, if so, I'll pass it. That's what a president does. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Obama did. But at the end of the day, he's not telling people that you can't do better, and people can do better. So the thing is that in the U.S., there's 4 different administrators. When you look at the healthcare system, right? American taxpayers pay into the healthcare system, and a lot of the federal budget goes to healthcare, right? But what happens is that you still have to pay a copay. So that means if you want to access this service, you still got to come out of your pocket after you already paid taxes, right? The problem is that there's 4 administrators that jack up the administration fees. So administrators are not people that are doctors. They're not people that are doing your operations. They're not people taking you in the emergency room. They're not people that are curing you of cancer. They're not people that's doing any curing. They're nothing to do with healthcare other than looking at a piece of paperwork. That's crazy. And they're jacking the prices up. That's where that's bringing the prices up. I don't know how much, but it's like 30% higher at least. You see what I'm saying? So, there's a lot of corruption in there. There should also be, I could look into the Danish healthcare system, how they do it. But in Denmark, it's something like 30% to in U.S., it's like 30% to administrators, roughly. Could be more depending on who you are, right? In Denmark, it's 5%. Administrative costs are 5%. You see what I'm saying? And it's not all socialized. That's also going into the private thing too. But also because the public people have the right to access the private hospitals also, the private doctors also. But then here's the thing. When they say 5%, they're just talking about the administrative. Everybody pays into it. You see what I'm saying? But when it comes to the administrators, there's less administrators. It's streamlined the process, so it keeps the cost down. Who makes medicine? There's people that are part of the medicine, private companies that are part of producing the medicine. They still get paid, but medicine costs less in Denmark, and they're still making a buck. They're selling medicine to other people, right? What about the equipment that's used in hospitals? A lot of this is still private. You see what I mean? But because everyone's buying into it, the prices are cheap. It's called what's the term for it? It's just collective. It's collective bargaining.
Collective bargaining. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. And so,
but is that probably plus also the government regulating?
It's the government.
Which,
it's regulating from the administrative level. It's regulating from the top. It's not.
Yeah, they regulate prices.
Yeah. They're pretty much regulating prices.
And reimbursements. I'm sure they cap reimbursements and all that, which, we don't even negotiate with like Medicare and all these people. They can charge whatever they want. Which,
think about this, man. Think about this. You could be a person in the U.S. I got to go soon, but you could be a person in the U.S. let's say now you pay taxes, and a big part of that tax goes to healthcare anyway, goes to Medicaid, goes to Medicare anyway, right? A lot of people don't know that there's a portion of their tax dollars that goes to that in advance every month, every time they get paid. But then because of the backside, you have to sign up, right? So you got these co-pays. These are the administrators, the people that are tapped with providing you the service, right? They're the healthcare companies, right? So you might have the insurance companies. So you might, whatever they might be called in your particular state or whatever, how that works is, right? So they are going to charge you extra, right? On top of the service. That's the problem. Now, let's say you're healthy and your family's healthy. Let's say you paid into healthcare for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and you never used it at all. What do they do with that money? And then all of a sudden you could find out that you might need it, and for some reason in the paperwork you don't qualify for it. Why is that? Whose problem is that? Does the government have a role in regulating stuff like that? Nah. In the US, you could just pay and pay and pay and pay and pay and not even need the health care. That's crazy.
Yeah, you're basically paying for other people's health care that you don't qualify for, even though, you know, I myself, when I was in the States, didn't have health care for the longest time. And, you know, earlier I heard you, like, you know, pulling the chat about what kind of health care they had. And there was somebody in the US who didn't have it. And you were like, see, that's the problem. You know, that's the problem. But, like, all I would say is that in certain cases, like for the healthy person, like you just mentioned,
yeah,
it's more affordable to not even have health care, because what you're going to do is you're going to end up paying these premiums every month, right? And these high co-pays at the doctor's office or the pharmacy. Not to mention a deductible that like is, you know, maybe $4,000 or $5,000 out of pocket that you got to come up with before your good prices even kick in.
It's crazy.
So it's insane. So like for a lot of people who know they're not going to have that $4,000 deductible, they might elect to not even have insurance, don't pay the premiums, and then they don't get treated. They don't go to the doctor. They try hard not to go to the ER or an ambulance.
You know
God
what they
forbid.
get? They get no preventative care.
That's right.
So that means by the time they do have a real problem, that real problem is going to be way more expensive. It could have been solved earlier if they just were allowed to have a normal, regular doctor's visit every once in a while. Preventative healthcare works, you know, and when you don't have it, you pay for it later, and everybody does. It's hard enough getting people, you know, some people have phobias against having doctors poke with their body and all of this shit. You know, everybody has that. But listen, when you can go to a doctor and get a blood test without having to pay a copay, when you can go to a doctor and just get your regular checkups out of the way, you see what I mean, and get a real person looking at it, they will cost the system a lot more money, or save the system a lot more money in advance. You see, but we're not doing it. But there's no way in hell, Sterling, we can make excuses about the U.S. healthcare system. There is no excuse. We could.
That's why it was my number one issue. And if you weren't for it, I was against you. You were against me. The way I felt, you were against the country, and so like I couldn't vote for you. And then on top of that, with like anybody who had a super PAC taking this dirty money from, like, let's say AIPAC, for example, which like currently I think 93 out of 100 U.S. senators take AIPAC money. So it's both sides.
They say 90. I think it's like 95% of GOP take AIPAC money. 60 maybe roughly 60% Democrats take AIPAC money. But it's not just AIPAC. I've been saying this a lot. Like, we need to not generalize it. But don't get me wrong. I'm not mad if people say AIPAC. I'm just saying let's take it further than AIPAC. There's a hell of a lot of lobbying going on in the American political system, and a lot of it is anti-fucking American, like straight up. A lot of it has zero. AIPAC is pro-Israel. That's one thing, man. We need to worry about the right-wing goddamn lobbyists. They fucking hating America. They're way bigger than AIPAC, and they fucking hate you. Like, they hate middle class and poor Americans. These lobbyists that are just Americans, lobbying for American shit, man, they hate middle class and poor Americans, yo. Like flat out. And I'm not saying APAC is bad because they keep us dragged into fucking wars and they keep us spending more money and la la la. You don't know what they're doing. And also, look, the moment when you have a possible Israeli Israeli spy operating for 20 years and, you know, Russian and Israeli spy operating for 20 and 40, 3 decades unabated in the United States, sex trafficking, honeypot, blackmail, treason type of shit. That's bad. We don't need to be giving any, until that shit is fixed. We don't need to be giving nobody any goddamn assistance, you know, military or wise. That's a serious problem with AIPAC and with the Israeli government right now. But Putin, the Russian government too, but we don't give Russia shit. But until Trump came along. But like you said, it is the lobbyists, but we need to be aware. These lobbyists, Eric is in the chat. I see AIPAC is the only small fraction of the Israeli. Yeah, and that's what another aspect. AIPAC is not there's a few different right wing Israeli lobbyists, and then there's a couple of left wing ones, right? But yeah, so AIPAC's not the only right wing Israeli lobby. But when you put them all together, they don't amount to the right wing American anti-American lobby. Like, they're spending way more money, some people in America, to keep Americans poor and broke, yo. Like, AIPAC's not spending the money to keep Americans poor and broke. It's somebody else. But I'm not saying AIPAC's not an issue though. And also, you know, I'm just saying, logically speaking, AIPAC doesn't care what Americans do inside of the U.S. You see what I mean? They care about getting the U.S. support militarily and shit like that. But we have groups inside of the U.S. that are paying a whole lot of money to make sure you don't have health care. Health care is not affordable. To make sure you don't have a vacation ever in your life, to make sure you can't get affordable housing, to make sure you can't even get access to education. Like, straight up, like there's people in the U.S. paying you know, to stop people from doing their job, from making America safe for Americans, you know. And I think we need to start talking about them too, you know. That's all I really think about it. It all amounts to corruption now. It all amounts to corruption.
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely, it does. And I'm not so sure that, you know, AIPAC, for example, doesn't want all those things for the American people, us to be broke, bickering between ourselves and without health care, is because they want our money freed up for their wars. So I do feel like, and you know, you raise a good point about these factions within the United States. And, you know, yes, we need to address that. I wouldn't vote for any person who has a PAC, a super PAC, who takes lobbyists' money. And I guess my
it's
question
not a good selling point. It's not a good selling point.
Yeah. And so I guess, like, I like what you said earlier about how the people would have to vote those candidates out. And then, you know, I was saying that, you know, I'm not going to choose the lesser of two evils, because when I see somebody like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, they do all those things. They don't want you to have education. They don't want you to have health care. They take dirty money. They're not America first. And so, like, I guess I would ask you, and I'll leave you with this. I know you got to go. But, like, at what point is it not choosing the lesser of two evils? At what point are we going to, you know, look outside the two-party system?
Well, see, I don't believe that you describe Kamala Harris and Biden correctly. Like, it's one thing, you know, I think there's something else at play there, you know, in that structure, you know, that needs to be addressed. So I don't see them as people that don't want you to have health care or don't want you to have, you know, fair housing. I don't think that's it at all. I think they want people to, but that doesn't mean that they're not problematic in how they go and how they do things either, you know. But you know, I just think it's just a false comparison, like, you know, between them. I think what happens in the U.S., however, is that, you know, politics is a situation where it's because there's no campaign finance reform, it becomes a money game. That's the problem. It is who is getting money. and that is fucked up. That's where the corruption comes in. So we're so far away from having a free and fair process, in the U.S., one that is fit to represent American people, just American citizens, because of that lack of campaign reform. So if you want to run for office and you want to make change, the first thing you realize is that if you don't have the money to run your reelection, you ain't going to get far. Simple.
Right.
If nobody knows you, if no one knows you, how can you help?
Right.
So I think most of them, I think a lot of them confront this dynamic when they get into politics. Once they get in there, they confront it and they realize that, yeah, you know what? Actually, to make change, you either need a wide consensus, right, from everyone. That's what you need to make the kind of change we talking about. We need wide consensus, and we're not getting it. We're not getting it right now. And that's, I think, where the voter participation, everything, it sounds so corny, but everything hinges in a democracy and how your taxes are spent. Everything hinges on the voter, all of it, and what you want from your representatives. And if you're not out there saying if you're not smart enough to say everyone in the United States deserves health care, everyone in the United States deserves access to education. If you're not smart enough as a taxpayer to do that, something's wrong with you. You got to start there. Like, why don't you want that in the wealthiest country on earth?
And why would you ever vote for a candidate who didn't? That's what I would say.
Right.
And I wouldn't. And that's why I've never voted for anybody since Obama. I didn't vote for anybody who takes super PAC money. I haven't voted for anyone who takes APAC money. I haven't voted for anyone who doesn't want universal health care. So
I think
that's my line.
It's admirable though. I like people. I don't disagree with the stance though. You know what I mean? Because we need more voters like that, man. And if we don't get more voters like that, then what we're going to get is people having to just vote for people anyway. Right. And that's kind of what you're getting at. Like standards. We talking about standards. And but here's the reality, how it plays out. This is just what makes me hesitant, right? Is that we got Trump in a very, very particular way. People saying they don't give their votes to people that take lobby money. Well, that's how we got Trump.
Well, Trump took lobbyist money.
Yeah, but how we got it was people that should vote didn't come out and vote. And people that should have voted for, you see what I'm saying? It affected a small part of the electorate, maybe 10%. You see what I mean? People were dissatisfied. Like you said in the reports, people were dissatisfied with the Democratic Party, so they didn't vote. That's how you got Trump. And they didn't vote for all the reasons you're saying. That's how we got Trump. And the question is that nuance right there, was Trump better or was Trump worse than Kamala and Biden? That's the basic question. And so,
yeah, which was the lesser of two evils. And like, if you ever saw that South Park episode from years ago where they were talking about a giant douche versus a turd sandwich, as far as like which one, I don't know if you saw that one, but it's like which one was going to be the mascot of their school.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're going to keep getting, is a giant douche versus a turd sandwich, unless we have the courage to step outside of the box and make a change.
True.
And not just say, oh, we got to vote for someone, as opposed for voting against someone.
Well, what I'm saying is this, like, I agree with everything you're saying. I agree with that sentiment, and I'm not against that sentiment because it takes responsibility. People got to stand up for what they want, But what I'm saying is that as a voter also, whether you took money from somebody or not, motherfucker, you still gonna have to do your job. You're not absolved of your fucking job. Like, are you crazy? It doesn't matter. Like, and this is how I think American people, we have to start looking at ourselves like we come first. Like, we come first. That is, I don't give a goddamn whatever lobbyist gave you some money. You better get your shit together. When it comes to these basic things. And I think that's how we need to look at it. Like,
or else what though?
Or else what?
Or else
you don't vote for their ass again, right?
Exactly. You stay home.
No, but you just vote. There's people you could vote for. There's definitely people you could vote for. Unfortunately, it's like I think as we could say disenfranchised voters, right? As disenfranchised voters, right? Which are a lot of Americans that that's what you mean when you say voting and not getting what they want, right? There's something they can do. They can start another political party. They can run candidates. They can market their candidates. They can do all of these things. The question is, are they going to do the work? You know what I mean? And I think that's where the conflict is. Like, people are realizing that, okay, they have to do a lot of work to make a difference. So it's not that you just want a new party or you want candidates that don't get lobby money. You want candidates that work and actually do their job. You know what I mean? And
yes,
that's what we want ultimately. And I think that's kind of figuring out that fine line is difficult. But I think information is it. Overall, I think when we talk about like when we do this I didn't do a lot of comparative data on U.S. healthcare insurance or healthcare coverage in Denmark, but I have done some episodes like that. And when we do these kind of conversations, it spreads the information to everybody, no matter if you're Republican, no matter if you're Democrat, no matter if you're an independent. You should know that the healthcare system in the U.S. is 100% scam. It's just a total scam. It's just working to feed rich billionaires money. That's all it's doing. It's not actually doing what it's designed, what it's supposed to do, right? And once Americans figure that out and figure out that it's being done with their allies, being done across the Western world, totally different, and everybody has access to healthcare. Once we really figure out that and figure out that it's no spookism in it, they're just doing it because they do it better, because they care about their people more. Once we as Americans realize that's why other countries are doing it different, that's when we will do it different, no matter if we're Republican or Democrat or independent. But right now, you just throw an American a bone, they're willing to believe that it's spookism why everybody else has universal health care in the West. It's always something socialism. It's always something else that it's not.
Or they're gonna raise. You're gonna raise taxes to do that. Or
raise taxes.
They say,
it got nothing to do with raising taxes. It got nothing to do.
There's people dying in the waiting on the doctor. Like yada yada yada. That's
exactly. It's total all lies. And look, you pay more in your taxes in the U.S. for healthcare you don't get. People that get it in the EU, people that are getting it in the rest of the Western world are paying less for it in their taxes. They're just just paying less for it, period. In their taxes, after taxes, paying less for it. You see, it's just, I think
people.
Yeah, go ahead.
They can't wrap their mind around. They're not open to it because they have been brainwashed, and they're like, we have the best. We have the best healthcare. We have access to the best healthcare. Yeah, if you have money and you can afford it. And there's also many people dying here in our country because they can't afford their medication or a trip to the doctor. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and also in the Prince of Saudi Arabia got good healthcare too. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like having the best doesn't mean you're going to get it. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. You could have the best all you want. Can you get it? You can't get it in the U.S. And that's the thing about it, and people that can't get it need to ask themselves, why is it I'm paying for someone else to get it? It's you paying it. Everybody pays into the system and taxes in the U.S. into Medicare and Medicaid. Everybody can't get it. You can't afford the deductibles. And why should you? And you can't afford the deductibles at the same time. You not only are you paying into it, you're paying more into it than anybody else is. It's like, come on, it's a total scam. It's like going to a casino. You see what I mean? And having the mafia skim off the top every fucking month. You see what I mean? It's like
no, but it's the free market, and the free market will decide if it's a good deal or not and set the prices, and it'll all work out. We don't want the government the government can't run anything, and it will all be worse if the government steps in.
Right.
These are the things you'll hear.
Exactly. But you want the U.S. military being run by the government. You want to pay taxes for that, though. It's going to be socialized. It's all taxpayer paid for, the U.S. military. You got no problem with that. But when it comes to healthcare, nah. Education, nope, can't do that. I don't trust it. It's like, come on, man. It's just ridiculous, man. Come on, man. You pay. The government is supposed to be there to ensure that big projects actually get achieved properly. That's what they're there for. They're not there to interfere in your life. If you need roads and a highway, the government is going to speak up because it needs to organize it. You know what I mean? It's a big project, and healthcare is a big project too, but it just needs serious people working on it, man, and serious people that don't have ideological differences. We have ideologues that are against everyone. We have Americans that are against poor Americans having healthcare. That's the problem. We have Americans that are against middle class, working class getting health care. So they don't legislate it so you can get it. They legislate it so it can fall apart, And
I would say it's both parties don't want us to have health care. You might say one more than the other, but like neither one, Biden, Kamala, Hillary, they didn't want us to have health care. Even the Obamacare that he put out might have been better. It might have been better in the short run. But the fact that it cost the taxpayers so much money, I'm not sure it benefited us in the long run.
Right.
And just because people
lunatic libertarian. Yeah, this guy's like, you signed up for this. Look at this. What's your definition of this guy is crazy. Some people, man, they just anyway, I gotta go, man. I'm sorry, but no. There's somebody in the chat called lunatic libertarian. He said you signed up. It's your choice to participate in these systems. Yeah, I live in Denmark, man, as an American citizen. It's my choice. You're right. I signed up
You signed up for what? I don't get it.
I don't get it either. It's just, but his name is the lunatic libertarian, so that ought to tell you a lot of, he's anti-American. So that's what libertarians are. They want to kill Americans and suck their blood and shit.
Yeah,
Peter Thiel and these motherfuckers.
I don't know about all that, but I hear a lot of them say taxation is theft, which, if that's the case, wouldn't help in the road situation that needs to be built by the government, like you were just talking about.
Exactly.
But anyway, hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Shout out to the chat.
Yeah,
and I'll holler at you later.
Yeah, good to have you up, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, I gotta go. Y'all, it's been a good convo. There's been a couple other things. Let me run through them real quick. While the lunatic libertarian is on deck. Let's go. Let's see how it goes. Let me see here. Is this gonna play? Oh, it's not gonna play.
Boom is gonna generate a chord progression. Let's listen to some of these.
What is this? All right, let's see. Oops.
As the US-Israeli war on Iran completes a month, Tehran continues to push for justice for the strike against the girls' school in the city of Minab. Iran has publicly released pictures and the names of 2 US officials that it claims were responsible for the deadly missile strike on the school. The attack resulted in the killing of nearly 170 civilians, mostly young children. Iranian diplomatic missions, including the Embassy of Iran in India, released images and identified the U.S. Navy officers as Lee R. Tate, commanding officer of USS Bruin.
All right, so this says, remember these 2 criminals, Leigh and Tate, the commander, and Jeffrey E. York, the executive officer of the USS Sprance, is that what that is? Who ordered the launch to Tomahawk missiles 3 times, killing 168 innocent children. Okay, so they're the ones that were responsible for the launch on that on that school. Now do me a favor, put a 1 in the chat if you are for this particular conflict that Trump and Israel initiated with Iran. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with that. Look, it's just somebody, anytime you want to debate, we can go through the legislation. No, I'm not here to debate, man. I actually have health care. I live in Denmark. I'm an American living in Denmark, okay? We do a lot of things better here, okay? So I'm not up for it. That's not debatable. You go debate a MAGA person, okay? But in any case, yeah, I'm about to go on vacation now too in a couple weeks too. You know, just like everybody else in Denmark. So you go debate your life, what you signed up for. Yeah, and any, I like my health care the way it is. And I like my vacations the way they are. Okay, don't go fucking up my vacations and shit. Don't go fuck up my peaceful neighborhood in the capital of Copenhagen to leave outside and have a nice friendly walk to the subway when I go to work in peace. Don't go fucking that up. Okay, you lunatic libertarian. God damn. In any case, put a 1 in the chat if you are for this war that Trump and Netanyahu have started with Iran. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not. I'm not for it. I'm curious, is the lunatic libertarian, is he for it? What a coincidence. I wouldn't be surprised. V, they have child care there too as well. Yeah, they do. Child care is also part of it. Elder care is also part of it. Elder care. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it just is. Elder care is a part of it. Handicap care is a part of it. Yeah, you know, if you are handicapped in Denmark, you will get assistance, and it's not going to be about your money. And if you're an elderly person, you will also get home care, elder care to help you stay in your home, right, your apartment or whatever you are. Yeah, the hospital basically will come to your home and set it up so you can be in your home as long as possible until it's too difficult, you know, until your needs are so extreme that you need like to be in a hospital like environment, you could say. Yeah, but right, so that's admirable. That's admirable. You know what I'm saying? So but yeah, so these are the 2 guys that did this. You know, I don't know how much it's worth noting. It's just one of the many things. I think the U.S. also bombed a bridge, a civilian bridge. I don't know what the argument for that was, but civilian infrastructure is also a war crime, by the way. This is not, we haven't even said it's a war yet, you know? And so we're bombing bridges and it's not a war. Yeah, it's interesting. But let's go further. I want to see what they say.
Rakshi has urged the United Nations Human Rights Council to condemn the Minab school attack. He claimed that over 170 students and teachers perished, and he called the strike a war crime and a crime against humanity. Listen to this.
This atrocity cannot be justified, cannot be concealed, and must not be met with silence and indifference. The attack on Shajara Tayyib School in Minab was not a mere incident nor a miscalculation. The United States' contradictory remarks aimed at justifying their crime could not, in any manner, elude their responsibility.
Meanwhile, UN Rights Chief Volker Turk told the Council that the bombing evoked visceral horror, insisting on the need for justice, and the United States and Israel have both disengaged from the Council and did not speak during the debate.
Wow. So, I mean, they're not even engaging the Security Council, United Nations Human Rights Security Council. You know, yeah, it's a bad look for the U.S. and Israel, but it's a really bad look for the U.S. But you know, yeah, let's go on.
Well, the U.S. had not confirmed Iran's allegations, and it maintains that it does not intentionally target civilian infrastructure. Initial findings from a U.S. military probe suggest that the strike may have been the result of flawed or outdated intelligence.
Okay, most people saw that. Let me see here. What else was there real quick? There was something about the Supreme Court. Let me see here. And for those that didn't hear, Bondi's fired, yo. Hoorah! Hoorah,
if you've ever
Bondi. Bondi's ugly ass is out. And yeah, it couldn't have happened to a better person. But you survived Bondi. Matter of fact, clap your hands, because you all survived Bondi here. We all did, and that was amazing. But let's see here. What else?
The Supreme Court, the first ever president, we believe, to sit and listen to arguments before the court. This was over birthright citizenship and his executive order to severely limit birthright citizenship. So how did the arguments go? How did the president's trip go? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harriet. And so if his goal was to go there and maybe sway the court, you know, to his side, What do the prediction markets say?
The prediction markets viewed yesterday.
Yo, Hyrule Sloth says it's so funny how Iran has defeated America without nuclear weapons. Yeah, just by having some brains, man. Anybody can defeat Trump with a brain. You know, that's what's been proven here. All you have to do is think, be a critical thinker. Everybody's defeating Trump, by the way, because Trump is full of shit. He makes it easy, you know, and this is not a situation, you know, where bombs work. Bombs don't. If your goal is to change the regime or any country, violence is not necessarily the answer. And I've said this a million times. Even when they're talking about Cuba, there's also, you don't have to use bombs to be doing violent things. Like depriving them of oil is violence because it inflicts physical damage. You know, people lose food. They don't have food. They don't have lights. Things become more dangerous. They can't, you know, without power, a lot of things go bad. Yes. Can you process water? You know what I mean? A lot of things go bad. But listen, Obama, just to say this, it's funny how Obama's name comes up in a lot, but Obama had a different view of Iran. And he got microaggressions for it the whole time. They tried to say that his middle name is Hussein, that he did it for bad reasons because he wasn't pro-American. He's some way in bed with the Muslims and all of this stuff. No, Obama had a different view. He's not the only one that had this view, by the way. His view, he took the same thing, issue with Cuba, a different view. It was, if you're in proximity to them, right, then finding ways to do positive things with them will actually change more than bombing them. Finding a way to engage them in more positive events will do more to change their way of thinking or whatever problems they have in the society. That will do more than just become, being rested in being an enemy. Then, being an enemy doesn't help change. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, but Trump doesn't feel that way. Trump felt totally different about Cuba, totally different about Iran. You know what I'm saying? About in terms of how you approach them. Totally different about Venezuela, and what really is interesting is that on one hand, they talk about Iran being, fanatical Muslims. But this same regime, this same administration in the U.S. talks about Americans who aren't Muslims as being fanatics, as being, terrorists. They talk about American citizens who just want equal rights for all. They call them Antifa. They call them terrorists. People in Cuba hasn't attacked the United States of America. They're calling them terrorists. They're Americans. They're Christians. They got closer. Their ethnicity is closer to ours than who else. Americans are very close ethnic wise. We got people that came of African descent early, Europeans early, and also Native Americans. These are the three prime mixes of these people, of these populations. Then we have Asians also that played a role in that and came in, and so it makes, and our religions are basically the same. So our culture also is the same culture, same across America, but yet we find a way to make enemies out of people too. We find a way, so it's just, you just have to wonder, like, where is any of this accurate? And I'm not trying to say Iran doesn't have problems, but listen, we just seem to find ways to, how can I say this? Not do the heavy lifting like we're supposed to. Pete Hegseth talks about heavy lifting like it only comes with bombs. No, man, heavy lifting can also come with different kinds of leadership. How about intellectual leadership? How about drop some intellectual bombs on Venezuela? I tell you who dropped the intellectual bomb on Trump. The president of Colombia launched a intellectual super missile at Trump's ass, and he just destroyed them at Jesse Jackson's speech. Let me talk about it. He gave an excellent speech about what it is to be a fellow American and what Pan America is, what Americans are. Oh man, hats off to him. And is his name what's the president of Colombia's name, by the way? He is wonderful. Let me see here. So, but he gave, I think his name was Petro. Is it Petro? President Petro, I think, the president of Colombia. But anyone who hasn't heard that speech, it was a beautiful speech. And it was to let you know that, hey, whatever this thing about Trump ripping people apart, no, as Americans, we need to come together. We need to work towards coming together. And so Trump, he's just got it wrong, I think. But let me just hear some more about this birthright citizenship. You know, it's worth noting that Trump's family didn't have any problem walking into the U.S. and nobody else who came across the Statue of Liberty really had a problem. If you were physically healthy, Petro, if you were I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Sterling. If you were physically healthy, you were welcome.
Is an absolute train wreck for the President of the United States, and that matches what a lot of analysts believe after listening to those arguments yesterday. Take a look. Chance that Trump's birthright order takes effect before August. On Tuesday, it wasn't so hot to trot. It was 20%. But somehow it went through the basement. Look at this. Now just a 7% chance, according to the Calendar prediction market, that in fact that birthright citizenship order takes effect before August. So the people who are putting their money where their mouths are very much agree with the analysts who think that what happened yesterday in the Supreme Court was no bueno for the President of the United States.
All right. How have Americans' attitudes, how have they changed over time on this specific issue?
Yeah, you see this 7% here, very low, that the chance that Trump's birthright citizenship order will in fact take effect before August. And the American people very happy about that, because this has been one of the biggest switches that we've really seen in politics when it comes to something as important as birthright citizenship. Take a look here. Birthright citizenship, favor, opposed. Back in August of 2010, in fact, what you saw was the plurality. 50% opposed it. Favor 47%. But that favor number way, way up over the last decade and a half. Now we're talking about a very nice 69%, in fact, of Americans favor birthright citizenship. That opposed number has absolutely fallen to just 31%. This is one of the most popular issues that we see right now in the American public. The American public very much in favor of birthright citizenship for children born to immigrants here illegally.
What about shifting views on immigration?
Yeah, okay, so you see this 60.
What does that mean, children born to immigrants here illegally? Exactly. But in any case, I just wanted to check out how that went. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Yeah, Dylan, I appreciate you, man. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Everybody, I want you all to have a wonderful day. Look, I'm going to celebrate. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take a little walk. It's 1:31 p.m. Central European time. That's 13:31 in Denmark. And I'm going to take a walk to the grocery store. I'll buy myself a little chicken, make a chicken soup with some vegetables, things like that. I'm going to grab myself a beer, I think. And and I'm going to take it from there. I appreciate everybody. Like I said before, kudos. You survived Pam Bondi. This administration is on fire. It's coming down, and it's because of the Epstein files. So give yourself a round of applause. Those of you that kept on saying in the chats around the world, you know, every time they say something on Facebook or on YouTube, everybody chimes in and says, yeah, but what about the Epstein files? You know what I'm saying? Why'd he do that? It must have been the Epstein files. Give yourself a round of applause, because it's true and it's working. You have a right as an American citizen to demand something. And these Epstein files are secured through your tax dollars. Like, it's literally you who's paying the bill to keep them kept a secret from you. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want them to be a secret. I don't give a damn what's in them. I don't care what's in them. If there's anything about people blackmail, if there's any potential blackmail in there, if there's anything about pedos, if there's anything about rich people covering it up, if there's anything about people participating in it, which I'm very sure there is. If there's anybody that's in these files associated with it at all, needs to be exposed. And American citizens have every right to be concerned, because this administration is very, very strange who it makes friends with. And you got Elon Musk. He was in the Epstein files. How is he getting all these government contracts? Peter Thiel in the Epstein files, visiting this motherfucker. How is he getting government contracts? Trump, best friend. How's he the president? You mean people that are around closest to the blackmailer and sex trafficker are running the government? Or if they're not running the government, getting a lion's share of government contracts? Yo, everybody else in the world is firing people that were in the Epstein files. We as American citizens are rewarding them with our tax dollars that we collect, that we pay every time we lift our finger to do 1 second of work. These people are getting our money. We got to do better. We got to do better. And we are doing better, but we got to continue to demand better. And like Sterling said, you know, we have to demand more. We got to demand more. Whatever your party is, we should be aligned as Americans on some basic values. And stop shortchanging yourself. Stop shortchanging yourself. Because listen, as an American citizen that's lived in Denmark like 20 years now, I have to say it was logically the best decision of my life. You know what I'm saying? And I have a duty to tell Americans how we could even have we could even have it better, but we're so dumb, we're too stupid to do that. I mean, I have a duty to say it. There's a lot of Americans like myself that, you know, want to make things make sense. And what I got to tell you is that I can affirm by living in another country and seeing how it works in real life, I can affirm the way we have it as American citizens in our own country makes no motherfucking sense whatsoever. So don't feel bad about saying this shit is totally wrong. Don't feel bad about saying corporate interests have gotten too much, that it's corrupt. Don't feel bad about saying that we need some goddamn campaign finance reform. But listen, we need elected officials that achieve it, not just talk about it. So demand it. You know, let these people know that you ain't paying taxes for no reason at all. These politicians, they need to be in the hot seat every fucking day because they fucked up. They fucked the country up. And the country, yeah, it was always having problems, but it's worse than ever now. It's worse than ever. And so that means some politicians didn't do right. Some people that got elected didn't do their job. It was always rough for American citizens. You know, we on average work more hours a week in the United States of America for less. After paying taxes and after paying your utilities and your rent, all the necessities, the daily everyday life things in Europe, the average European takes home $1,000 more in their pocket after paying their taxes and after paying their monthly expenses. You know, why is that? Why is that? People talk about inflation. Yo, you could talk about inflation all you want. My rent has gone up maybe in 13 years, something like $500 in 13 years. In 13 fucking years, $500. That's it. Lived in the same place, Copenhagen, Denmark. You look at the prices of rent where I come from, the capital of the United States of America, they have gone off the fucking roof. I mean, there's no comparison. Zero comparison. The flat that I have in Copenhagen cost me about, let me see, a little over 2,000, about 2,000, maybe 500 a month, something like that, right? Give or take. If I lived in Washington, D.C. right now, where I live, close to the center, close to the capital, or, you know, I live relatively close, right? 5 minutes from the center, man. In D.C., this fucking place would be like, I heard it. I got a 3-bedroom apartment here. I heard that, that in D.C., like a 2-bedroom apartment is like $6,000 fucking dollars. $5,000-$6,000. Yeah, a month for 2-bedroom apartment in 1935 in New York City isn't fair. Right. 1935, Eric Klein. Yeah, it's off the roof, man. It's off the roof. That's part of the inflation. Why? You see what I mean? Cost of goods. Don't be fooled. A lot of the food, you know, the inflation, people in the U.S., they're feeling it on the shelves. That's not natural inflation. That's corporations trying to still make an extra buck. You know what I mean? And yeah, so European nations need to applaud. Everybody in the EU Canada, applaud yourself for thinking about your citizens, because our government clearly has not done so and has forgotten what government looks like when it does its job first for its citizens. So on that note, I'm going to be out. I appreciate everybody for coming through. Y'all be good and take it easy today. Celebrate. Go out and celebrate. The Wicked Witch is gone. All right. Don't be afraid to smile and cheers and scold. You know what I'm saying? Celebrate her ass gone. You know what I'm saying? Bye, Pam Bondi. Fuck you. Won't miss you. Wouldn't want to be you. See ya. Peace, everybody. One. Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind. You can recline on what?
On this here rhyme.
What?
I like the style.
I'm staying for a while.
It helps me show cats that I'm versatile.
I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile, and make you feel like you're having a child.
So relax and open up,
Child, I'm about to make you walk what?
Pimp style.
Fuck Trump,
or
fuck
pimp
Trump,
out style.
fuck Trump,
You don't
fuck
understand
Trump,
the
fuck
logic.
you.
See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit.
I got shit for you, it's alright indeed.
It's like going to the garden
And planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. Everybody in the house, just relax. The rhymes is real tight, everything is real fat. We don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. Hey, 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 hey. You don't have to do that, we do. Alright, y'all, see you later.
Entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your adult pride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. And your adult pride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for Keek to me. Just relax, and just hear and don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. And just hear and don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bet. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax and hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax. My mind state now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling people's vision get blurring. Their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid. I bet for keep to me just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax and just hear a dope